Before the darkness takes over, let's make a pact. Seal our agreement with a like and subscribe to summon the next nightmare. I have silenced the world for you. No interruptions after minute 15. Just you, the rain, and the story. In return, leave a sign of life. Tell me where you are watching from and what time it is in your world. Lock the door and let's begin. The phone screamed at 3:33 in the morning. Line 2. The red light pulsed in the dark office like a heartbeat. I reached for the receiver, plastic cold against my palm, and pressed it to my ear. Answering service, this is Cameron. Silence. Then breathing. Measured, shallow breathing that matched my own rhythm exactly. Hello, I tried again. Cameron. The voice hit like ice water. Listen carefully. You're going to die at 6:33 a.m., 3 hours from now. I straightened in the chair. Prank call had to be. But something about the cadence, the coffee in the break room is poisoned. Don't drink it. Don't. Don't touch it. The voice cracked on the last word, and my throat tightened in response. Because I knew that hitch. That exact way my voice breaks when I'm scared and trying not to show it. Can you imagine hearing yourself speak when your mouth isn't moving? Who is this? I'm calling from 6:41 a.m. I'm you, Cameron. Oh God, I'm looking at the body right now. I slammed the receiver down. My hand shook. The office felt smaller suddenly. The 4 phone lines coiled like snakes on the desk. The single security monitor casting blue light across stacks of message pads. Prank. Obviously. Some kind of voice modulation app. Maybe Todd from building security, bored on his rounds, messing with the overnight operator. I forced a breath. Let it out slow. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, that endless electrical whine that fills the skull after midnight. I stood joint stiff from 6 hours at the desk and walked to the break room. The door swung open. The smell hit first, bitter, almost almond-like, underneath the usual burnt coffee stench. And there it sat, on the counter, my mug, the chipped blue one, full, steaming. I never made coffee tonight. I didn't pour this coffee, couldn't have. My hands shake as I set the mug down on the counter, the porcelain clinking against formica. The bitter almond scent clings to the back of my throat. The security monitor. I rush back to my desk, fingers fumbling over the keyboard. The grainy feed loads in 4 squares: lobby, stairwell, break room, hallway. I drag the timeline back to 3 o'clock. There. The break room camera shows me, walking through the doorway. Same wrinkled shirt. Same hunched shoulders. I watch myself move to the coffee pot, pour a full mug, lift it to my lips. But I never my doppelganger on screen drinks. 3 long swallows, then freezes. The mug slips from their hand, shattering across the brown tile. The body crumples. Knees buckle first, then the whole frame collapses sideways. One arm stretches out, fingers twitching against the floor. I'm watching myself die. My chest tightens. Can you imagine seeing your own corpse, knowing you're still breathing? The timestamp reads 3:04 a.m. I was at my desk then. I remember answering a billing inquiry. I remember the fluorescent light buzzing overhead. I lean closer to the screen. The body lies motionless for 30 seconds, A minute. The pixels blur together, but I can see the unnatural angle of the neck, the stillness of the chest. Then, movement. At 3:34 a.m., the body sits up, not gasping, not coughing, just sits up, calmly. The figure stands, brushes off its shirt, and walks out of frame toward the hallway, toward the desk where I'm sitting right now. My phone rings. The caller ID flashes my own number again, but this time the timestamp shows 3:34 a.m. From tonight, not the future. I let it ring. My hand hovered over the receiver, but I couldn't make myself lift it. The trilling sound drilled into my skull, each ring identical to the last. 7 rings, 8, 9, then silence. The air still carried that bitter almond smell from the break room, clinging to my clothes like smoke. I needed help. Someone who could explain what I just watched on that footage. I grabbed my cell phone and pulled up Vivian Cross's contact. My supervisor, she'd know what to do. The call connected. One hollow ring. Then a soft click. Dead air, not voicemail, just nothing. I tried again. Same result. One ring, click, silence. My fingers were shaking now. Can you imagine trying to type when your hands won't stop trembling? But I managed to open my messages. Todd Brenner, building security. He was supposed to be on shift tonight. Help. Something wrong with office. Please come to 3rd floor. Urgent. I watched the message send. Watched the status change from delivered to read at 6:27 a.m. The little indicator showed Todd had opened it, seen it, but no typing bubble appeared. No response. Todd, read at 6:27 a.m. Todd, read at 6:28 a.m. I tried the main desk line. One ring, disconnect. The police non-emergency number. One ring, disconnect. My own cell carrier's customer service. One ring, disconnect. Every single call. I stood up so fast the chair rolled backward and hit the wall. The office door, I grabbed the handle and twisted. Locked. I hadn't locked it. The deadbolt was engaged from the outside, the kind that needs a key on both sides. My breath came in short gasps. The windows didn't open. Fire code violation, but management never cared. I was trapped. That's when I noticed the computer screen. The clock in the corner glowed blue against the dark. 6:29 a.m. 4 minutes until 6:33. 4 minutes until the timestamp on that footage. The one where I collapsed on the break room floor. And the phone began to ring again. I answered on the second ring. Look at yourself. The voice was mine, but not lower, ragged like I'd been screaming for hours. Right now, look. Who? Your lips are already blue, the voice rasped. Static crackled behind the words. Skin's gone gray around the edges. You're sitting in that chair, and you're dying. My hand moved to the dark monitor. The screen reflected my face in its black surface. Oh God. My lips were pale, not quite blue, but wrong, bloodless. I touched them. My fingertips felt cold. Not the air-conditioned chill of the office, something deeper, something inside. You feel it now, don't you? My voice. My exhausted, broken voice. The numbness creeping up from your fingers. The metallic taste at the back of your throat. I did taste it. Copper and something bitter. My stomach lurched. I bent over the trash can, tried to force it out, whatever poison was working through my veins. Nothing came. Just dry heaves that left my ribs aching. It doesn't work, the voice said, flat, defeated. You absorbed it hours ago, you just don't remember drinking it. I wiped my mouth with a trembling hand. What are you talking about? This is the 9th loop, Cameron. The 9th. You've died 8 times already. Same chair, same timestamp, and every time you loop back. A wet, rattling breath. You don't remember any of it. My reflection stared back from the monitor. Lips definitely grayer now. The overhead fluorescent buzzed, flickered once. Can you imagine forgetting your own death 8 times? Why don't I remember? My voice cracked. The line went silent, just static. Just my own breathing echoing back at me. Then, because something doesn't want you to, my fingers found the mouse. Still cold, still numb. The metallic taste coated my tongue as I clicked through the call system, pulling up the log history. The monitor's blue glow made my skin look corpse pale, or maybe that wasn't the screen at all. 3:33 a.m. Today's entry sat at the top. I scrolled down, there. Same timestamp, different date, 2 weeks ago. Another one, 5 weeks back. My breathing sounded too loud in the empty office. That wet, shallow rhythm you can't quite control when panic starts winning. The hard drive whirred as I kept scrolling, and each click of the mouse echoed against the walls like a countdown I couldn't stop. 8 entries total, all at 3:33 a.m., all spanning the last 3 months, and every single one marked with the same patient ID number, 1133. Would you keep digging? Would you want to know? I opened Dr. Hayes's file system with shaking hands. The password I used daily, the one I'd memorized for routing his emergency calls, still worked. His patient database loaded with agonizing slowness. I typed 1133, one result. The file opened. Patient name, Lucia Morno. The name from my employee handbook. The operator I'd replaced. The woman whose desk I inherited, whose coffee mug rotation I'd accidentally continued, whose chair still smelled faintly of lavender perfume under the stale air. I scrolled down, and the words appeared in clinical, sterile formatting. Status, deceased. Cause of death, acute cyanide poisoning. Date of death, 3 months ago. Location, answering service office. 3rd floor. My eyes caught on the final line of the incident report, and something cold slithered down my spine that had nothing to do with poison. Body discovered in operator's chair. The same chair that creaked beneath me right now. My hands shook so hard I knocked the keyboard off the desk. It clattered against the side panel with a hollow thunk, and when I reached down to grab it, my fingers brushed something else. Paper, taped to the underside of the desk. I pulled. The adhesive made a soft, ripping sound that seemed too loud in the silent office. 3 sheets of yellow legal paper, covered in tight, slanted handwriting. Blue ink. The top corner smelled faintly of vanilla perfume mixed with something chemical. Sharp medicinal. The first line read, "If you're reading this, you're already in the loop." My breath caught. I'm Lucia. I worked your shift. Same chair. Same calls. I thought I was losing my mind until I checked the footage. You'll see yourself die. You'll watch yourself stand back up. It's real. The handwriting got smaller, more frantic as I read. The coffee pot. There's a mechanism inside the heating element, timed release. I don't know what chemical, but it smells like almonds. I tested it at 2:47 a.m., traced the wiring. Someone modified it. I flipped to the second page. The letters were shakier here, pressing harder into the paper. I tried to destroy the pot, smashed it, unplugged everything. But the clock reset anyway. I still collapsed, still woke up again at 3:33. The loop doesn't care what I break. The third page had only 4 lines. I think I already drank it. In a timeline I can't remember. It doesn't matter what I break now. I still die because I already did. Below that, a single word underlined 3 times. Run. The phone rang. 3:33 a.m. But the computer clock still read 6:29. Which timeline was I in right now? I crumpled Lucia's final warning in my fist. The security monitor hummed beside me, casting blue light across my knuckles. I needed to see something real, something that made sense. I dragged my eyes to the screen. The footage showed the office. My chair and me, standing beside it. I didn't move. My body stayed frozen in the seat, fingers still clenched around the paper. But on screen, the figure wearing my face stretched, rolled its shoulders, and walked toward the break room. The hallway swallowed it. My lungs forgot how to work. Can you imagine watching yourself move when you haven't taken a single step? The air tasted metallic, like sucking on old pennies. I tried to lift my hand. Nothing. My muscles locked tight as if someone had unplugged me. On the monitor, the figure reappeared, holding a white ceramic mug. Steam curled from the rim. It walked, calm, methodical, back to the desk, set the mug down beside the keyboard, right next to the mouse. Then it turned and walked off screen toward the door. I blinked. The mug sat 2 inches from my hand, white ceramic, still hot. The bitter almond smell drifted up, coating the back of my throat. I never moved. I never poured anything. But the heat radiating from the porcelain kissed my wrist like a living thing. The phone shrieked. I grabbed it without thinking. My voice came through the receiver, but wrong, flatter, colder. You have to drink it again to close the loop. Again. The word burrowed into my skull. My reflection stared back from the monitor's black edge, lips parted, skin gray, eyes too wide. Behind me in the screen, the break room door stood open. Something moved inside it. I tore myself from the chair. My legs obeyed this time, clumsy, shaking, but mine. I stumbled to the break room, grabbed the steaming mug from my desk, and hurled it against the cinder block wall. Ceramic exploded. Dark liquid sprayed across beige paint like arterial spatter. The other mugs followed. 1, 2, 3. I swept them from the shelf, listened to each shatter against brown tile, a percussion of defiance. The coffee pot sat there, innocent and mocking, its red brew light glowing. I yanked the plug from the wall. The light died. I unscrewed the reservoir, dumped wet grounds into the trash. They clumped in my shaking fingers, gritty and obscene, leaving black crescents under my nails. My breath came hard, fast. For the first time in hours, I felt real. Then the computer clock blinked. 6:29 became 3:33. No transition, no warning, just backward. The phone rang. I picked up before I could think, before I could stop myself. The voice wasn't mine. It was older, flattened like words spoken through a broken radio. "You are interference," it said. Each syllable clicked, mechanical and cold. The loop must complete. I looked at the security monitor. The footage was moving backward. My doppelganger walked in reverse across the office, smooth and wrong like film rewound. It glided into the break room, steps erasing themselves. On screen, the shattered mugs. Oh God. The shards pulled together, crawled up the wall, fused into whole ceramic. Coffee droplets lifted from the floor, arced backward into reassembled cups. In my hand, the hand I could see in front of me right now, a mug appeared, warm, full. The bitter almond smell flooded my nose, my throat, my lungs. What would you do when reality itself refuses your resistance? I threw the mug at the window. The glass exploded outward in a spray of jagged fragments. Cold air rushed in, carrying the smell of rain and asphalt. And underneath it still, that bitter almond scent clinging to my clothes. I grabbed the chair, swung it hard against the remaining shards jutting from the frame. My hands found the edge, sharp, real. I hauled myself up the glass. It was flowing, liquid mercury in reverse. Fragments lifted from the parking lot 3 stories below, drifted upward like petals caught in an updraft. They slotted back into place with soft clicks, seamless. The cold air sealed away. The window became whole again. I pressed my palm flat against it, solid, mocking. Outside, the parking lot stretched empty under a single flickering lamp. Rain made halos around the light, and there, one car, mine. Navy blue sedan, same dent in the rear bumper where I'd backed into a post last year. But the license plate, I squinted through the glass. The registration sticker in the corner, March. 3 months ahead. March of a year I haven't lived yet. What would you do if your own car existed in the wrong time? I stumbled back to the desk. My hands shook as I rewound the security footage. Not the loop of myself dying and rising further back. Before my shift started. Before 3:33. The timestamp read 2:45 a.m. The parking lot on screen, empty. Then, movement. Todd Brenner's truck pulled in. He stepped out, collar up against the rain, and walked toward the building. In his right hand, a small brown bag, folded at the top, grease-stained. He unlocked the maintenance entrance, disappeared inside. I switched camera angles. Break room, 2:48 a.m. Todd entered the frame. He moved quickly. No hesitation. Opened the brown bag. Poured white powder into the coffee pot reservoir. His hands were steady. Then he looked up, directly at the camera. His lips moved. I'm sorry. They said it resets everything. I rewound the footage to 2:45 a.m. Todd Brenner entered the break room carrying a small brown bag. No hesitation. He opened the coffee pot, poured white powder directly into the filter, then replaced the lid. His movements were practiced, efficient. Then he looked up, straight into the camera lens. His lips moved slowly, deliberately. I'm sorry, a pause. They said it resets everything. My phone vibrated against the desk. One final ring cutting through the fluorescent hum. I answered. Cameron, if you're hearing this, you were chosen for the trial. Vivian Cross's voice, but flatter, pre-recorded. The loop tests causality breakdown, if you're still alive. The experiment failed. My throat tightened. Please drink the coffee. It's the only way to stop experiencing all the timelines at once. The line went dead. All the timelines at once. I thought about Lucia, about her notes, about dying and waking and dying again in a chair I inherited from a corpse. What would you do, knowing the poison was always there, in every version, in every loop you can't remember living. The mug sat beside my keyboard. I didn't see it arrive, but there it was, still warm. I lifted it with both hands. The ceramic felt wrong against my palms, too smooth, too cold. The liquid inside wasn't brown, it was clear, like water. I tilted it toward the dim glow of the monitor. My reflection rippled across the surface. But the face staring back wasn't mine. The eyes were darker, the jawline sharper, Lucia's face, or maybe it had always been hers. I brought the rim to my lips. The taste was nothing. No bitterness, no almonds, just silence. And then, I forgot why I was afraid. The voices woke me at 3 in the morning. I sat up in the narrow trailer bed, heart already racing. Laughter echoed across the 50 yards between my window and the cave mouth. Clear, distinct. A woman's voice asking about stalactites. A man responding with facts I'd memorized months ago. Impossible. The last tour ended at 6. I pressed my face against the cold glass. Darkness swallowed the landscape beyond my porch light, but the cave entrance gaped like an open mouth. No flashlights, no headlamps, just that steady murmur of conversation drifting through Kentucky night air. The voices didn't fade, they multiplied. I grabbed my flashlight and jacket. My boots hit gravel and the autumn cold bit through my shirt. 50 yards felt like 50 miles. The voices grew louder with each step. Casual chatter, someone laughing at a joke I couldn't hear, footsteps on stone echoing from deep inside. Can you imagine walking toward sounds that shouldn't exist? The cave mouth exhaled damp limestone breath. I clicked on my flashlight. The beam cut through absolute darkness, illuminating the familiar walkway, the metal railings, the first limestone formations. Empty, completely empty, but the voices continued. They came from deeper in, past the main chamber, past the tour route, toward the section we sealed off years ago. I stepped onto the limestone path. Water dripped in rhythm somewhere ahead. The mineral smell wrapped around me, thick and ancient. Then I saw them, boot prints, fresh mud, leading down the walkway. My throat tightened. The prints were clear, recent, wet enough to gleam under my flashlight beam. They tracked straight through the main chamber, past the safety barriers, toward the rusted chains marking the restricted tunnels. The voices called from beyond those chains, laughing like nothing was wrong. I followed the prints into the darkness. I ducked under the rusted chain, the metal groaning against the limestone. The smell hit me first, old iron and something sour, like wet earth left too long in darkness. My flashlight beam followed the boot prints deeper into tunnels I hadn't walked since. Wait, I'd never walked these tunnels. I started here 6 months ago. The restricted section was already sealed when I arrived. My breath fogged in front of me, thick white clouds that shouldn't exist this far underground. The temperature had dropped. I could feel it through my jacket, a cold that pressed against my skin like wet fabric. Water dripped somewhere ahead, steady, rhythmic, too rhythmic, drip, 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 like a metronome counting down. The boot prints continued, tracking mud through dust that looked undisturbed for years. The contradiction made my chest tighten. I followed them around a bend where the ceiling dropped low enough to force me into a crouch. My palms scraped against limestone, gritty and damp. The prints stopped. Dead end. Solid rock face. I swept the flashlight across the wall and the beam caught fresh scratches in the stone. Letters gouged deep, the edges still pale. Tour 340 emergency exit failed. Guide trapped oxygen 4 hours. Below it, carved in smaller letters, December 19th, 2024. Today's date. My hand trembled. The flashlight beam shook across the wall. Can you imagine finding your own warning? Your own handwriting in stone you've never touched? Behind me, the voices grew louder, not echoing from the main chamber anymore. Closer, moving through solid rock, through limestone that should block all sound. Footsteps approached from inside the wall itself, dozens of them, all walking toward me through impossible space. The voice came through the limestone, clearer now. A tour guide's practiced cadence, echoing facts about mineral deposits and water tables. I pressed my palm against the cold stone. The vibrations buzzed against my skin, words bleeding through solid rock. Blackwater Cave formed over 2 million years ago. And no, that's my voice. I stumbled back. The sound followed me, bouncing off the walls, layering over itself. My own inflections, my own pauses for effect. Reciting facts I'd memorized 6 months ago, but the order was wrong, starting with geological history instead of safety protocols. What would you do, hearing yourself speak from inside the earth? I dropped to my knees in the mud. My flashlight beam trembled across the boot prints leading to this dead end. I lifted my right foot, pressed it beside the nearest print. The tread pattern matched exactly. Every ridge, every worn patch near the heel where I drag slightly when I'm tired. The cold mud squelched between my fingers as I traced the outline. Mine, all mine. The phantom footsteps grew louder, dozens of shoes on stone shuffling closer. Laughter echoed from somewhere ahead, tourists amused by some joke I couldn't hear. I spun, flashlight cutting through darkness. The tunnel behind me stretched empty. No movement, no bodies, just that voice. My voice, droning on about limestone formations. Then my beam caught something metallic lodged in the silt near the wall. Another flashlight, half buried, caked in dried mud. My hand shook as I reached for it, fingers closing around the cold aluminum cylinder. I lifted it free. Oh God, the metal was warm, still warm as if someone had been holding it seconds ago. The warmth of the second flashlight seeped into my palm. Metal that should have been cold as the limestone around me. I dropped it, backed away. My mind raced back to 6 months ago, to the morning I'd signed the paperwork in Corrine, Shelby's cramped office above the gift shop. "You're running from something," she'd said, not a question. I'd stared at the contract. Atlanta, bad breakup, dead-end job, the usual. Her eyes held mine. 50-something, weathered face, hands that knew rope and rock. "This isn't a hiding place, Blake. It's quiet, but not always peaceful. Quiet is exactly what I need." She'd poured coffee that smelled like burnt earth and slid a mug across the desk. "There was an incident in 2011. A guide named Garrett Finley went down for a late inspection. Never came back up. We searched for 3 days, found nothing. No body, no equipment, no explanation." I took the mug. The warmth felt good. "What happened to him?" "Don't know," her voice dropped. "But we sealed the back tunnels after that, chain barrier. No one goes past the main tour route now, no exceptions. Understood. I'm serious, Blake, she leaned forward. You hear anything strange down there, you leave. You don't investigate, you don't linger, you come up. What would you do? Take a job in a cave where someone vanished without a trace. I needed the isolation, the distance, the chance to stop thinking about everything I'd left behind. I moved into the trailer 50 yards from the cave entrance. Small, sparse, weak cell signal, perfect. 4 tour a day, same script, same jokes. Tourists laughed at the stalactite formations, gasped at the echo chamber, filed out satisfied. For 5 months and 3 weeks I heard nothing unusual. Water dripping in rhythm, wind whistling through cracks, the settling groan of ancient stone, until this week. The voices started small. A whisper I convinced myself was wind. Laughter I blamed on acoustic tricks. Footsteps that stopped when I turned around. I told myself caves played with sound, warped it, made you hear things that weren't there. But tonight, holding that warm flashlight in the dark, I understood something Corrine had been too afraid to say. Garrett Finley never left these tunnels, and neither would I. I climbed out at dawn. My hands still shook from holding that impossible warmth in the darkness. Inside the trailer, I opened the park records on my laptop. The keys felt cold under my fingertips. Damp paper smell rose from the file box Corrine had left me during orientation. Incident reports, tour logs, maintenance sheets yellowed at the edges. I needed to understand Tour 340. The logs ran sequential. Tour 337, Tour 338, Tour 339, and then nothing. The date beside 339 matched the day Garrett Finley disappeared. Tour 340 had never happened. My breath caught, but I'd heard it. I'd followed its footprints. I'd seen the warning scratched with today's date, the countdown, the emergency exit notation. Can you imagine finding proof that something impossible exists? I searched the incident file for Garrett's name. The report was thin. Male 34 hired 8 months prior vanished during routine inspection. No body recovered. Section sealed by order of Dixon Reese. There was a photo. Oh, the room tilted. I gripped the desk. That face. Those hands. The way his shoulders hunched slightly forward like mine did after a long shift. Garrett Finley looked exactly like me, not similar, not close. Identical. My pulse hammered in my ears. 3 sharp knocks rattled the trailer door. I flinched, nearly knocking over cold coffee from yesterday. Blake, Corrine's voice, but wrong, tight with fear. I opened the door. She stood in morning mist, arms wrapped around herself despite the humidity. Her eyes locked on mine, searched my face. Her mouth opened, closed. You, she whispered. You look just like Garrett. The words hung between us like a held breath. Behind her, past 50 yards of wet grass, the cave mouth exhaled its endless cold into the warming air. And from somewhere deep below, I heard footsteps beginning their descent. I didn't wait for the footsteps to reach us. I have to go, I said, pushing past Corrine toward the trailer door. The cold morning air hit my face, sharp with the smell of wet limestone and something older, something wrong. Behind me, Corrine called my name, but the sound felt muffled, like I was already underwater. My truck sat where I'd parked it 6 months ago, or 8 months ago, depending on whose timeline I believed. The keys shook in my hand as I jammed them into the ignition. Click, click, nothing. I tried again. The engine didn't even turn over. Battery was new. I'd checked it last week. My palms were slick against the steering wheel and I could hear my own breathing, too fast, too shallow in the confined cab. Fine. I'd walk. The access road stretched ahead, familiar gravel crunching under my boots. 20 minutes to the main highway. I'd done it before for exercise, back when I still pretended this job was temporary. The cave mouth yawned to my left as I passed, that constant 50-degree exhale brushing the back of my neck. I didn't look, I walked faster. Pine trees lined the road, their shadows stretching in the early light. I counted my steps. 400, 600. The rhythm calmed me, gave me something to focus on besides the pressure building in my chest. Like I'd forgotten to breathe properly, like the air wasn't reaching deep enough. 800 steps. The trailer appeared ahead. No, that's... I spun around. The road behind me stretched empty, gravel undisturbed except for my own footprints leading back the way I'd come. I'd been walking in a straight line. I'd felt the incline, the slight curve past the equipment shed. Can you lose 20 minutes and end up exactly where you started? I ran this time. Same trees, same shadows. The numbers in my head wouldn't stop. 2 hours, 53 minutes, counting down to something I couldn't name. I'd never started counting, but the knowledge sat in my skull like a stone, cold and absolute. The trailer door hung open. Corrine was gone. The cave pulled, not metaphorically. I felt it in my sternum, a fishhook tug toward that black mouth. My legs moved without permission, carrying me down the wooden steps, past the rusted chain barrier I'd crossed last night. The air grew thick, pressing against my eardrums. Every tunnel branched wrong. I tried the northern passage toward the old echo chamber, but the walls curved, narrowed, and deposited me at the restricted section's dead end. I tried again. Western route toward the formation they called the cathedral. The path twisted back on itself, limestone slick under my boots, and delivered me to the same scratched warning. Same muddy boot prints. Same emergency exit rusted shut. 2 hours, 38 minutes. I pressed my forehead against the cold stone, trying to remember when I'd started counting. The oxygen timer in my head ticked down with mechanical precision, each second dropping like water into an endless well. But I hadn't looked at my watch, hadn't checked the time since. Since when? The counting had always been there, and something in the darkness ahead, past the warning, past the point where my flashlight beam dissolved into nothing, something was waiting for me to run out. The figure ahead wore my jacket. I stopped, flashlight beam shaking against wet limestone, same olive canvas, same frayed cuff on the left sleeve. The back of his head, my head, turned slightly and I saw the curve of my own ear, the exact angle of my jaw. He moved forward, boots squelching in mud. I couldn't breathe. The cold air pressed into my lungs like stones, mineral-scented and stale, but I forced myself to follow. What else could I do? Stay frozen in the dark. The double reached a junction where 3 tunnels split. He stopped, turned. Oh, God, my face, pale as cave fungus. Mouth moving, shaping words I couldn't hear. His eyes, my eyes, locked onto mine, but there was no recognition. No shock, just terror, raw and endless. His lips kept moving, forming the same silent phrase over and over. Then he pointed deeper into the left tunnel. I tried to speak. "What are you?" He turned and walked into solid stone, not through a passage, into the wall itself. Gone. My hand reached out, touched the limestone where he'd vanished. Solid, cold, real. Can you imagine what that feels like? Watching yourself disappear into rock. Something echoed from the left tunnel. A voice. My voice. I forced my legs to move. Every step felt wrong, like walking against current. The tunnel sloped downward, narrower now, and the voice grew clearer. Reciting. Blackwater Cave formed approximately 300 million years ago during the Mississippian period. Water dissolved the limestone, creating passages at a rate of, I rounded the corner. There I was again, standing in profile, gesturing to empty air, giving a tour to no one. My mouth moved in perfect sync with the words echoing off stone, but the tone was flat, mechanical, like I'd said them 10,000 times and lost all meaning. Please stay behind the guide at all times. The formations are fragile and, hey, I said. He didn't stop, didn't turn. Hey, louder now. Nothing. He continued the script, turning to face where a tour group should be, smiling at vacant darkness. Further ahead, past his frozen performance, I saw movement. Another figure crouched low. No, not another, me again. This one knelt at the dead end, right arm moving in jerky motions, scratching, metal on stone. The sound scraped through my skull, sharp, rhythmic, desperate. I walked past my touring self. He didn't acknowledge me. I could have touched him, could have shaken his shoulder. But something in my gut told me he was as solid and as empty as the wall that swallowed the first one. The crouching figure kept scratching. I crept closer, saw the words forming under his, under mine. Under our fingernails, bleeding and broken. Tour 340. Emergency exit failed. He was creating the warning I'd already found. I knelt beside him. "Can you hear me?" His hand never stopped, eyes fixed on the stone. Lips pressed tight, I reached out. My fingers passed through his wrist like mist. That's when I understood. They weren't ghosts. They were echoes, moments trapped in stone, playing forever. And if they were here, still scratching, still giving tour, still pointing the way, then what was I? My hand passed through him like he wasn't there, like I wasn't there. The cold shot up my arm, not from his body, but from the stone itself. The limestone felt wrong against my palm, too smooth, too warm, as if it had been touched moments ago by something living. The smell of damp earth filled my lungs, but underneath it, something metallic, copper, blood maybe, or rust. The crouching figure kept scratching. The sound echoed in triplets, each repetition slightly delayed, like my ears couldn't decide which moment to hear. Then I remembered this. Not as a memory surfacing, as something happening right now. I was scratching the warning into stone, my fingernails tearing, limestone dust bitter on my tongue. But I was also standing behind myself, watching. And I was somewhere else entirely, shaking Kareen's hand on my first day, her smile tight with something unspoken. 2011, 6 months ago. The same handshake, the same trailer, the same damp cold seeping through my jacket. Can you imagine holding two lives in your head at once? Both real, both true, both ending here in the dark. The tour guide version of me spoke through the walls, his voice, my voice, reciting stalactite formation rates. but the words layered wrong. I heard myself say 10,000 years and 6 months ago and never all at once, syllables bleeding together like water through limestone. Oh, no, 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 I done this before. Not remembered it. Done it, the descent, the voices, the boot prints that matched mine because they were mine, left hours ago, days ago, years ago. Time didn't move right down here. It folded. It looped. It trapped. And that's when I understood what the oxygen countdown really meant. I ran deeper into the tunnel. The limestone pressed close, cold and damp against my shoulders. My flashlight beam jerked wildly. But I didn't need it anymore. I knew where I was going, had always known. The emergency exit waited at the far end, rusted and sealed, the door Garrett clawed at in 2011. The door I clawed at 6 months ago. The door I'm clawing at now. My fingernails scraped metal. Orange rust flaked away, tasting like old blood in the air. The handle wouldn't budge. I threw my weight against it. Nothing. The hinges had fused solid, corroded by time and cave moisture into a single, immovable slab. Help, my voice cracked. Someone, please. But you know who was coming, don't you? Behind me, footsteps echoed, not one set, dozens. I turned, flashlight shaking in my grip. They filled the tunnel, all of me. Some wore my jacket from today. Others had clothing I didn't recognize but somehow remembered buying. One was bleeding from a head wound I'd never received. Another clutched a flashlight with a dead battery. They moved in unison, faces slack, mouths opening. When they spoke, my voice layered over itself in impossible harmony. Tour 340. The exit failed. Oxygen remaining. 0 hours. I pressed against the rusted door. My chest should have been burning, lungs screaming. But I breathed normally, easily, the cave air flowing through me like I'd been part of it for years. I couldn't die here. Can you understand that? The loop wouldn't allow it. Death would have been mercy. An ending. This was continuation, eternal repetition. The countdown had always been a lie. One of the figures stepped forward. His face was mine, but older, resigned. He pointed back toward the sealed section, toward the chains and the warning scratched in stone. You have to go back, he whispered. Seal it. Forget. Start again. And that's when I understood what Corrine had been trying to tell me the whole time. I wake to morning sun through the trailer window. The light feels warm, normal. 6 months I've been here now and the routine fits like old skin. I stretch, feet hitting cold linoleum and shuffle to the coffee pot. The aroma fills the small space, bitter, comforting, real. The schedule sits on the counter, 4 tour today. I scan the list. Tour 340, something flickers in my chest. Unease maybe, but I don't know why. My phone buzzes. Corrine. Blake, she says, her voice sounds tight. I need to check on you. I'm fine. I sip coffee. Why wouldn't I be? A pause, long enough that I hear her breathing. You remind me of someone. Be careful today, okay? Don't go wandering after hours. Corrine, I know you don't remember. Her voice cracks. Just promise me. She hangs up before I can answer. I stare at the phone. What don't I remember? The coffee tastes wrong suddenly. Too bitter. I set it down and look out the window toward the cave mouth 50 yards away. Cold air seems to drift from it even in daylight, carrying the smell of limestone and standing water. Tonight, I'll hear something. I don't know how I know this, but the certainty sits heavy in my gut. Voices, maybe. Footsteps echoing where no one walks. Tonight I'll descend. Can you imagine forgetting your own nightmare? Waking clean only to walk straight back into the dark. The muddy boot prints are already there, waiting in tunnels I haven't entered. The warning is already scratched into stone. My handwriting, though I've never held the tool. Tour 340 has always been scheduled. I've always taken this job. I've always descended. The loop doesn't need my memory. It only needs my feet to carry me down, again and again, into the cold and the dark and the voices that are all mine. I finish my coffee. The sun climbs higher. Tonight comes regardless. Dirt filled my mouth when I woke. I spat, tasted grit and iron. The concrete was cold beneath my cheek, rough against my skin. I tried to move, couldn't. Something held me tight around my chest. My harness, clipped to what? I blinked into darkness, vision swimming. The carabiner was locked to a safety ring bolted into the turbine foundation. When had I done that? I couldn't remember clipping in. Couldn't remember lying down. The wind howled across the Iowa flatland, cutting through my work jacket like it wasn't even there. 2 a.m. cold, October cold, the kind that makes your bones ache. I sat up slowly. My hands, oh God, my hands were shaking. Not from the cold, from something else. Something that sat in my chest like a stone, heavy and wrong. I looked down at my palms. They were pale in the darkness, trembling so hard I had to clench them into fists. The wind turbine loomed above me. Turbine 7. White paint glowing faint in the moonlight, tower stretching 200 feet into the black sky. The blades weren't turning. Silent, still. And then I remembered, falling. The memory hit me like a fist. My boots slipping on the platform edge. The rail too far away. My fingers grasping at empty air. The ground rushing up, not down, because when you fall everything inverts, and the impact that should have, my radio crackled, static hiss, then a voice. Nina's voice, my supervisor, tinny and distant through the speaker, clipped to my shoulder. Owen, we need you at turbine 7. Emergency repair. Generators offline. Winds picking up. Can you get up there tonight? Tonight. I stared at the radio. My throat was dry. I tried to speak, but nothing came out at first, just a croak. I swallowed and tried again. I'm already here. Static. Long, hissing silence. Copy that, Nina said finally. Get it done. We're bleeding money every hour that turbine's down. The radio went dead. I looked up at the tower again. The ladder rungs disappeared into shadow, climbing and climbing until they vanished into the nacelle platform at the top. The generator room. The place where I'd spent 1,000 shifts doing maintenance, tightening bolts, checking oil levels, running diagnostics. The place I'd fallen from. But I hadn't fallen, had I? I was here, alive, breathing. My chest rose and fell, lungs pulling in the night air that smelled like machine oil and distant rain. Can you imagine waking up like this? Not knowing if you're alive or dead or stuck somewhere in between. The wind shifted, and I swear it sounded like breathing. Not the normal whistle through the turbine blades. Not the moan of air moving across the plains. This was different. Rhythmic, deliberate, in and out, like lungs filling and emptying. Like something massive and patient waiting for me at the top of that ladder. Every instinct screamed at me to unclip the harness, walk to my truck, drive away from this place and never look back. But I couldn't. You have to understand, I've never left a job unfinished in my life. Never walked away from a repair half done. It's not who I am. Sarah used to say it would kill me someday, this obsession with completing every task, crossing every item off the list. Turbine 7 needed fixing. Nina was waiting. The job wasn't done. My fingers moved to the carabiner. Muscle memory. I unclipped from the foundation ring and stood on legs that felt like they belonged to someone else. The harness hung heavy on my shoulders, straps digging into my ribs. The tower door stood open, just a crack. I didn't remember opening it. Inside, the ladder waited. 200 feet of narrow metal rungs disappearing up into the dark throat of the turbine shaft. I'd climbed it 1,000 times, knew every handhold, every place where the paint had worn smooth from workers' gloves. I reached for the first rung. The metal was ice cold against my palm. My hand was still shaking, still wrong. What would you do if every cell in your body screamed danger but your mind said climb? I stepped onto the ladder. The wind's breathing followed me into the shaft. The hatch should have closed behind me, spring-loaded, automatic. But when I glanced down, it remained open. A rectangle of lesser darkness against the black, and something else. Something that made my grip tighten on the rungs until my knuckles went white. There were marks on the ladder, scuff marks, boot prints in the dust coating the metal, fresh prints. Going up, I was alone on shift tonight. I was always alone for the overnight emergency calls. That's why they called me. Owen Trace, the guy who'd climb in any weather, fix anything, never complain about the isolation or the hours. So whose boots had left those marks? The ladder groaned under my weight. Or maybe it was the tower itself, metal expanding and contracting in the cold. 200 feet of steel shifting infinitesimally, singing its quiet song. I climbed. One rung, another. The shaft walls pressed close on all sides, barely wider than my shoulders. My breath echoed. My heartbeat thundered in my ears. Somewhere above, in the nacelle at the top of this ladder, something was waiting. I didn't know what, but I was going to find out. The rungs bite into my palms. Cold. Each one clangs under my boots like a countdown I don't want to finish. The wind screams past the ladder shaft, and I press my body against the metal, trying not to think about the 200 feet of empty air behind me. Climb, that's all, just climb. My breath fogs in the narrow shaft. The radio crackles at my hip, static, then silence. I keep moving. One rung, another. My arms shake. But I've always been good at finishing what I start. The nacelle hatch groans open under my weight. Inside, the generator room is smaller than I remember. Cramped. The smell hits me first. Stale air, metal tang, something lived in. And there against the wall, a sleeping bag, unrolled. Water bottles lined up like soldiers. A spiral notebook resting on top. I crouch beside it. My knees protest. The handwriting inside is mine. Oh God, can you imagine that? Seeing your own words in a book you've never written. The dates stretch back 4 months. Daily entries, observations, routines, wind speeds, repair logs, all in my writing, getting shakier as the pages turn. The last entry is tonight's date. Tonight I climb turbine 7. My pulse hammers in my ears. I flip backward through the pages. Every single one mentions this moment, climbing, finding the notebook, reading these exact words. Over and over. The same sentences repeating like a prayer I never learned. Therefore, I've been here before. Below me the hatch slams shut. The sound echoes up through the floor, metal on metal. Final, then, footsteps on the ladder, slow, methodical, climbing toward me. Someone else is coming up. I grabbed the radio. My thumb found the transmit button before my brain caught up. Nina, this is Owen at Turbine 7. Do you copy? Static hissed back at me. That white noise crackle that sounds almost like voices if you listen long enough. I waited. 10 seconds, 20. The footsteps on the ladder grew louder, methodical, one rung at a time. Nina, please, I need. Nothing. I switched channels. Vince. Vince, you there? The static didn't change. Same lifeless hiss, same emptiness bleeding through the speaker. My hand tightened around the radio until the plastic casing creaked. Have you ever called for help and realized no one's listening? That the void doesn't even bother to answer? Anyone, please. The footsteps stopped. I held my breath, listened. The wind outside screamed through the turbine blades, but inside the nacelle, silence. Whoever had been climbing, whatever had been climbing, was gone. Or waiting. I stayed pressed against the cold metal wall until my legs cramped. Until the darkness outside the narrow window began to thin. Dawn crept across the Iowa plains in shades of gray and rust, and I finally moved to look outside. The wind farm stretched empty beneath me. 50 turbines stood in perfect grid formation across the flatland, their blades turning slow and synchronized. But no trucks moved between them. No workers, no lights in the distant office trailer. The parking lot sat 200 feet below. Gravel, oil stains. My truck was gone. I pulled out my phone. The screen glowed harsh against my face, and the numbers there made my stomach drop. 2:03 a.m. The same time I'd woken at the turbine base. The same time on every page of that notebook. My phone had been showing 2 a.m. for how long? Hours. I'd watched the sun rise, but the clock, it had never moved forward at all. I had to get out. The ladder rungs bit cold through my gloves as I descended, 200 feet of vertical metal trembling with every gust. Each handhold echoed up the shaft, a hollow, rhythmic clanging that made my teeth ache. The wind howled outside the tower, but inside I could hear my own breathing bouncing off steel walls. Down, just keep going down. My boots found the rhythm, hand, foot, hand, foot. The darkness below felt safer than the nacelle above with its impossible notebook and frozen clocks. Whatever was happening up there, I needed ground beneath me, solid earth. Real. Then I heard it, footsteps climbing up. I froze, one hand locked on a rung, vertigo pulling at my gut. The sound grew louder, steady, mechanical, exhausted. Someone was ascending toward me through the shaft. Hello, my voice cracked. Vince, Nina. No answer, just the footsteps. Closer now. The beam of a headlamp cut through the darkness below. I squinted against the glare, trying to see past it. A figure emerged from the shadows, climbing with the slow determination of someone who'd made this journey 1,000 times. The light hit his face. My face. What would you do? Would you scream? Run? I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. He looked. Wrong, hollow-eyed, skin too pale like something drained of color. His work jacket hung loose on his frame, my frame, and his hands gripped the rungs with a tremor I recognized from my own exhausted nights. He climbed past me without a word, without even a glance, his breath coming in shallow gasps that didn't match the rhythm of his movements. Too fast. He was breathing too fast for someone climbing so slowly. I pressed myself against the ladder, metal biting into my ribs. He continued up toward the nacelle. I followed. What else could I do? The questions burned hotter than my fear. Inside the nacelle, he moved straight to the notebook, flipped it open with shaking hands, and began to write. I crept closer, reading over his shoulder in the dim glow of his headlamp. The words appeared in my handwriting. I saw myself today. He paused, pen hovering. I am not alone in the loop. I stepped back from the duplicate, the cold metal wall biting through my shirt. The figure kept writing, pen scratching paper in steady rhythm, not acknowledging me at all. My breath came shallow, fast. The nacelle air smelled wrong, metallic and stale, like old copper. Then I heard it, another set of footsteps on the ladder below. The hatch groaned open. Someone else climbed into the cramped space, and the temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. He wore my face, my work jacket, but his eyes, hollow, empty. He moved to the far corner, sank down against the wall, and went still, catatonic, staring at nothing. I pressed myself tighter against the generator housing. Hey, can you? He didn't blink. The wind outside howled, and the whole nacelle vibrated with a low-frequency hum that rattled my teeth. I could feel it in my chest, that awful thrumming like the turbine itself was breathing. More footsteps. A third version of me appeared through the hatch, frantic energy radiating off him. He went straight to the equipment panel, fingers flying over switches and gauges. Checking, rechecking. His lips moved silently, counting something I couldn't hear. Sweat darkened his collar despite the freezing air. Then a fourth. This one climbed onto the exterior platform. I watched through the small window as he stood at the railing, 200 feet above the ground, and stared down into the darkness. Just standing there. The wind whipped his hair. He didn't move. None of them looked at me. How many times have I climbed this tower? How many versions of myself are trapped here, repeating the same motions, unaware of each other? Or worse, fully aware. Can you imagine waking up and discovering you're not even the first copy? My hands trembled. I counted them again. One writing, one catatonic, one checking equipment, one outside, 4 of me. But the hatch was opening again. I couldn't stay. Not with 5 versions of myself crowding the nacelle, not with the hatch opening again below. I grabbed the ladder and descended into the gray light of dawn. The rungs were cold, ice cold though it wasn't winter. My palms stuck to the metal as I climbed down, and the wind howled through the lattice framework of the tower like something trying to get in. Or out. 200 feet is a long way to descend when you're shaking. Each step echoed up and down the shaft. My breathing sounded too loud in my ears. At 100 feet I paused. My hands ached. Below, the concrete pad at the turbine base materialized through the grayness. The parking lot beyond sat empty. No trucks, no other workers, just endless flatland stretching to the horizon. 50 feet, 20, 10. My boots hit concrete. I stepped away from the ladder and looked around, searching for what? Evidence. Answers, some proof that I wasn't losing my mind. That's when I saw it. The stain on the concrete, dark, rust brown, too large to be oil. It pooled near the tower base, spattered in a pattern I recognized from safety videos. Impact spray. Blood next to it. Oh God. Next to it sat a cracked safety helmet. Yellow, my company's logo on the side. And beside that, a single work glove, palm up, fingers curled. I crouched down. My knees wouldn't hold me. The glove, the memory surfaced like something drowning coming up for air. 4 months ago. The dispatch call crackling through my radio at 2 in the morning. Emergency repair, turbine 7, generator fault. I remembered climbing, exhausted from a double shift. Nina's voice urging me to hurry before the system failed completely. I remembered the nacelle hatch, the tools scattered, the loose bolt on the generator housing that I reached for without clipping my safety line first. Just 1 second, one careless second, the bolt turned. The platform edge was closer than I thought. My boot slipped on the grated metal. I grabbed for the railing, missed. The wind screamed past my ears. 200 feet. The ground rushed up and I couldn't even scream because the air ripped the sound from my throat. The impact, I never felt the impact. Can you imagine that? Remembering your own death, I stared at the blood, at the helmet, at the glove that still bore the outline of my hand. I never survived the fall. Above me, metal groaned. I looked up at turbine 7 and there, standing at the edge of the nacelle platform 200 feet above, was another version of myself, staring down at the exact spot where I knelt. The world blinked. One moment I stood staring at my own blood dried into concrete. The next, darkness folded in on itself. My stomach lurched sideways. When vision returned, the stains were gone. Fresh gravel, clean concrete. The helmet and glove vanished. 2 a.m. again. I stumbled backward, tasting copper on my tongue. The wind carried that wrong smell, ozone mixed with rust. Around me, shadows moved. I wasn't alone anymore. They emerged from between the turbines. 5, 6, 7 versions of myself, all converging on turbine 7's base. Hollow-eyed, silent, some limped. Others moved with mechanical precision. None looked at each other. We formed a half circle around the tower, waiting. For what? Then I heard it. Footsteps on gravel. A truck door slamming in the distance. He came around turbine 6, work bag slung over one shoulder. Yellow hard hat, clean coveralls. His face, oh God, his face. No exhaustion carved into the lines. No terror haunting the eyes. He looked alive in a way I'd forgotten was possible. The original me, 4 months ago. I opened my mouth to scream a warning, but nothing emerged. Not a whisper, not a breath. My throat worked uselessly, producing only silence. I lunged forward. The other versions remained still, watching with dead expressions. He didn't see us, didn't hear my soundless screaming. He checked his radio, muttered something about the emergency repair, and gripped the ladder. Started climbing. No. I followed, my boots clanging on rungs he'd touched seconds before. Below, the other versions began their own ascent, a procession of ghosts climbing toward inevitability. The wind howled through the shaft, but I could hear his breathing above me. Steady, confident, alive. The 200-foot climb passed in agonized silence. At the top, the hatch swung open. He pulled himself into the nacelle. I followed. The generator hummed. Tools lay scattered. And there, on the primary mount, the loose bolt gleamed in his flashlight beam. He reached for it. I lunged forward, hand outstretched toward my own wrist. My fingers passed through flesh like smoke through wire mesh. No resistance, no contact, just the cold absence of matter where my hand should have gripped solid bone and tendon. The other me, the living me, didn't flinch, didn't register my presence at all. He was focused on the generator housing, eyes tracking the loose bolt that had vibrated free from its mounting bracket. I watched his face, my face, calculate the risk. Saw the familiar frown of concentration, the way his jaw set when he'd already decided to do something reckless. "Don't touch it," I tried to say. The words formed in my throat but died before reaching my lips. No sound emerged, not even breath. I was a ghost haunting my own last moments. The wind howled through the nacelle vents, carrying the sharp smell of turbine grease and ozone. Behind me, the other versions stood in their silent vigil, hollow-eyed witnesses to a tragedy they'd each lived and died through. How many times had they tried what I was trying now? How many desperate, futile attempts to change what couldn't be changed? My living self reached for the bolt. I threw my body between him and the generator housing, passed straight through, tried to knock the wrench from his hand. My fingers slipped through metal like it was made of fog. I grabbed for his shoulders, his arms, his tool belt. Nothing. I couldn't touch the physical world any more than a reflection could reach out from a mirror. What would you do if you could see yourself walking toward death but couldn't make a sound, couldn't move a single object, couldn't change anything at all? The bolt came free in his hand. The vibration hit immediately. The housing lurched sideways, throwing him off balance. His boots scraped metal. I heard the screech, felt the echo of panic that must have flooded his veins in that instant. He grabbed for the safety rail, missed. His body tilted backward. Legs kicked empty air. The wrench tumbled from his fingers, clattering against the platform grating. Time stretched and compressed simultaneously, the way it does in nightmares when you're falling and can't wake up. He dropped through the open hatchway. The impact, oh, God. I felt it in my own chest. Not a memory, not an echo. The actual sensation of concrete slamming into ribs, vertebrae compressing, skull fracturing against the turbine base 200 feet below. Every bone breaking in sympathetic harmony across whatever thin membrane separated my existence from his. I collapsed to my knees, gasping. The nacelle spun around me. The other versions remained motionless, watching with expressions I finally understood. Not indifference, exhaustion. The world dissolved into static. I woke at the base of Turbine 7, dirt filling my mouth, harness clipped tight around my chest. The taste of soil and copper. My radio crackled to life with Nina's voice issuing the same emergency repair order. 2 a.m. again. Always. I pushed myself upright, spitting grit from between my teeth. Looked up at the tower rising into darkness. The wind sounded like breathing through broken lungs. But this time, something felt different. This time, I could still feel the phantom warmth of where my hand had passed through my own wrist. And beneath the static on the radio, buried under Nina's voice, I heard another sound. Footsteps. Coming from inside Turbine 7. Descending. Someone was already up there, waiting for me to climb. I push up from the concrete, but I'm also still falling. My stomach lurches, 200 feet of empty air rushing past, wind screaming in my ears. At the same time, my knees grind into gravel. Dirt crusts my tongue. I taste copper. Blood, my blood. The harness digs into my ribs, or maybe it doesn't exist at all. I can't tell anymore. I blink. And the sky flickers. Night, day, night. The turbines strobe between shadow and blazing sunlight. My hand presses against cold concrete, but phantom warmth bleeds through from somewhere else, some other wind. The footsteps I heard descending. They're ascending now, or always were. Time folds in on itself like wet paper. I stand, I climb. I fall, all at once. My boot finds the first rung inside Turbine 7. The metal hum vibrates through my bones, but it's layered. Dozens of identical vibrations stacked atop each other, slightly out of sync. I hear my own breathing echo down the shaft, except it's not an echo. It's me climbing below me, above me, beside me in moments that haven't happened yet or already passed. The hatch opens. I'm in the nacelle. Oh, God, they're everywhere. Versions of myself fill every inch of space, overlapping like double-exposed photographs. Some crouch in corners. Others claw at the walls. One stands at the platform edge, teetering. Their mouths stretch wide, screaming, but no sound emerges. Just the hollow whistle of wind through broken teeth. I try to speak. My jaw moves. Nothing. We are all screaming silently. The sleeping bag materializes and vanishes. The notebook flips open, pages covered in handwriting that shifts between ink and blood. My handwriting, except whose hand actually wrote it? Which version of me? Which loop? I can't remember falling anymore, or maybe I never stopped. I stop screaming. The other versions of me. They flicker, fade, dissolve into the cold metal walls. My breath steadies. The nacelle smells like oil and rust and something older. Time itself may be gone stale. I can feel the floor beneath my boots again. Solid, real enough. I tried fighting this for so long, tried understanding it, tried escaping. But what would you do when the only way forward is to stop running backward? I kneel beside the sleeping bag and smooth out the wrinkles. My hands remember the motions. I line up the water bottles against the wall, labels facing out, the way I always did during maintenance shifts. The notebook sits open, pages covered in my handwriting, frantic at first, then measured, then accepting. I pick up the pen. Daily observations I write, schedules, routines. The words flow easier now. No panic. No questions I cannot answer, just the work, the task. Unfinished things demand completion, and this is what remains. Therefore, I stay. The wind howls outside, but it does not sound like breathing anymore, just wind. The nacelle hums with the turbine's rotation, a lullaby of grinding gears and spinning blades. I cap the pen, set it down beside the notebook. Below me, a metallic clang echoes up the shaft. The hatch, footsteps on the ladder, slow, exhausted. Climbing, I stand, smooth my jacket. My hands are steady now, strange how calm feels heavier than fear. I face the entry point and wait. Someone is coming. someone who needs to see that he is not alone. The loop continues, and I am finally home. The light appeared where no light should be. I pressed the cold binoculars against my face, hands trembling despite the calm I tried to project. 7,200 feet up in Pinnacle Watch, surrounded by nothing but wind and pine and someone. Something was burning below in the unmapped valley. No permits issued. I checked twice. My breath fogged the glass. I lowered the binoculars and reached for the radio, the static crackling to life before I even pressed the button. "Base, this is Pinnacle, you copy." The response came after 3 seconds too long. Dale's voice, familiar but stretched thin across the distance. "Copy, Pinnacle, what have you got?" "Light source in the Western Valley. Grid reference." I fumbled for my map, the paper rustling loud in the silence. "November 7/8, no permit on file." "November 7/8, Dale's voice crackled. "We'll hike down at first light, probably kids." "You know how it is." I did know. "And yet, copy that," I said. The line went dead. I set the radio down and returned to the window, pressing my palm against the glass. The cold bit through my skin, sharp and clarifying. The light still flickered below, steady as a heartbeat. Too steady. Campfires wavered, danced. This burned with mechanical precision. Dawn came slow. I watched the search party descend through my binoculars, Dale's orange pack, 2 younger rangers trailing behind. They moved through the old growth like ants swallowed by shadow and distance. 4 hours down, 4 hours searching, 4 hours of nothing. "No trace," Dale radioed up at noon. "No ash, no tracks." "You sure about the coordinates?" I was sure. That night I didn't sleep. I stood at the window, scanning the valley with eyes that burned from exhaustion. The darkness pressed close, thick and patient. And then, oh, there it was again. Same location. Same impossible light, burning where nothing should burn. What would you do if the world insisted you were wrong? But your eyes kept showing you the truth. The second night, the light appeared at exactly 9:47. I logged it, kept my eyes locked on that steady glow in the Western Valley while the radio hissed beside me. White noise, static washing through the cabin like tide. Then the light flickered, and the static spiked, a sharp burst of interference that made me wince. The light steadied. The static dropped back to baseline. Coincidence? Had to be. But the third night, 9:47 again, the pattern repeated. Flicker, static surge. My pulse kicked up. I adjusted the squelch dial, trying to filter the interference, but the correlation held. Every time that light pulsed in the valley below, my radio choked on noise. Something down there was bleeding into my frequency. I needed to think about something else. Anything else. My wallet sat on the desk, worn leather creased from years in my back pocket. I flipped it open to the photograph tucked behind the clear plastic sleeve. Eleanor, taken 2 summers ago at Rattlesnake Ledge before the divorce papers, before the silence that replaced our conversations. She was smiling in the photo. I remembered that smile, but now, her head was angled wrong, tilted slightly left when it should have been straight. Her eyes looked past the camera instead of into it. I blinked hard, rubbed my face with both hands. The photo hadn't changed. Photos don't change. I was seeing things that weren't there because I'd slept maybe 11 hours across the last 4 days. What would you do? Stare at a picture until your memory warps it into something unfamiliar. That's what isolation does. It rots your certainty from the inside. The fourth night came. 9:47. The light appeared on schedule, mechanical, and patient. The static crackled in harmony. I didn't touch the radio this time, just watched. My coffee had gone cold hours ago, a thin skin forming on the surface. The cabin smelled like stale grounds and the metallic bite of oncoming weather. By the fifth night, I'd stopped questioning whether the light was real. I started questioning whether I was. My hands trembled as I wrote the log entry. The ink smeared. Outside, the wind had died completely, the forest holding its breath. I glanced at Alina's photograph one more time before closing the wallet. Her smile had turned away from the camera entirely. And somewhere far below in the darkness, the light burned on, waiting for me to understand what it wanted. I waited until dusk. The high-power binoculars felt cold against my palms, metal casing slick with condensation. I braced them against the window frame to steady my hands. 5 nights of watching had taught me patience, but not calm. 9:47. The light flickered on. I adjusted the focus wheel. Click, click. The valley floor swam into clarity, trees sharpening into individual branches, shadows pooling between trunks. The light source sat exactly where it had always been, unwavering in the darkness. I twisted the wheel one more increment, and there it was. A fire lookout tower. My breath caught. Not a cabin, not a campfire, a tower. The structure rose from the valley floor like a mirror image pulled from my own reflection. Same Forest Service green paint. Same observation windows wrapping the cabin. Same weathered stairs spiraling down through skeletal support beams. Impossible. I lowered the binoculars, blinked hard, looked again, still there. My hands shook as I pulled the topographical maps from the filing cabinet. The musty smell of old paper filled the cabin as I spread them across the desk. I traced every contour line, every elevation marker, every trail notation. The valley below was marked as unmapped terrain, old-growth forest, no structures, no tower. I checked the construction logs, maintenance records, radio frequencies assigned to Forest Service stations within 50 miles. Nothing. No permits. No reports. No mention of a second lookout in this sector. But I could see it through the glass, standing where nothing should exist. What would you do? Would you trust the maps? Or your own eyes? I pressed my forehead against the cold window and stared down at my impossible twin, burning its light into the gathering dark. Tomorrow I would have to go down there. I left at first light. No radio call to Dale. No logged route plan. Protocol demanded I stay at my station, but the tower below had burned through 5 nights of surveillance, and documentation wouldn't explain what my eyes had already confirmed. The descent started easy. Switchbacks I'd memorized during fire season, granite outcrops marking elevation drops. My boots found purchase on familiar trail. Then the trail ended. I pushed into old growth where no path existed, and the forest swallowed sound like water absorbing ink. My breathing should have echoed. It didn't. The snap of a branch under my weight produced only muffled pressure against my eardrums, as if the air itself had thickened into something that refused to carry vibration. Fog clung to the undergrowth, cold and stationary, defying even the slight morning breeze that should have moved through these elevation bands. The temperature dropped with each step, not the gradual cooling of descending altitude, but sudden, localized cold that raised goosebumps along my forearms despite my jacket. I tasted metal on my tongue, copper and ozone, the flavor of old batteries corroding in a drawer. Would you keep walking, knowing something fundamental had shifted, that the forest no longer obeyed the rules you'd learned across 5 years of rangering? I kept walking. 4 hours dissolved into timeless trudging. My watch hands seemed to stutter between minute marks. The compass needle drifted lazily, never quite settling on magnetic north. But the tower grew closer with each labored step, rising through the canopy like a monument to my own deteriorating certainty. Then I stood at its base, neck craned upward and my breath caught. The structure mirrored my station exactly. Same weathered planks, same Forest Service green paint faded to sage along the southern exposure. Same rusted hinges on the observation shutters. But the wood grain ran backwards. Every knot, every crack, every age ring flowed in perfect reverse of what physics allowed. The stairs waited. 63 steps. I knew the count without climbing because I climbed 63 steps every day to reach my own cabin. My hand gripped the railing, ice cold despite the morning sun now filtering through fog, and the wood groaned under my weight. Creak, creak, creak. Each step sang with sound the forest had refused to carry. The wrongness of it prickled across my scalp. Noise existed only here, only on this structure, as if the tower claimed exclusive rights to vibration in this dead valley. 50 steps, 55, 60. The cabin door stood slightly ajar, and through the gap I saw the corner of a desk I recognized. But from inside that sliver of darkness, something else waited. The faint scent of coffee I'd brewed 4 hours ago, 1,500 vertical feet above me, in a tower that should have been the only one for 20 miles. I reached for the door, and heard breathing that wasn't mine. I pushed the door open. The breathing stopped. The cabin was empty, but occupied. That metallic scent hung heavier here, coating the back of my throat like old pennies. Every object sat exactly where mine did, 7,000 feet above. The desk faced the same western window. The propane heater squatted in the same corner. Even the coffee mug rested on the same warped plank, brown ring staining the wood. I stepped inside. The floor groaned, wrong pitch, half a note too low. My desk, my chair, my radio mounted on the wall, call numbers matching. The dials were set to Dale's frequency. I touched the mug, still warm. My hand jerked back. The coffee inside steamed faintly, surface tension unbroken. Someone had poured this minutes ago. But the cabin stretched empty around me, silent except for my own ragged breathing. The log book sat open on the desk. I knew that binding. Forest Service issue, olive drab canvas, corners reinforced with brass. I'd filled 3 of them over the years. This one looked newer, pages still crisp. But the handwriting. Oh, no, my handwriting. The cramped capitals I used for dates. The way my capital R looped too far left. Entry after entry marching down pages in ink I recognized from my own pen. March 15th. Clear skies. Patrol Route Alpha complete. No smoke. I'd never written those words. March 15th, I'd been at my tower, the real one, documenting the same clear skies in my own log book. My fingers trembled as I turned pages. April 9th, May 22nd, June 3rd, all in my hand, all impossible. The dates stretched back exactly 6 months, and the final entry written this morning read, "If you are reading this, you have 4 hours before you become me." My fingers found the last page. The paper felt colder than the rest. Wrong somehow, like it had been touched by frozen hands. Day 180, the entry began. My own handwriting, but the letters pressed deeper into the page. Desperate, still seeing the fake tower. The ink had smudged in one corner, a thumbprint I recognized. Mine. Every 6 months I've watched it burn through the night. Today I hiked to it. The metallic smell in the air grew sharper. I could taste copper on my tongue, found myself inside. My chest tightened. The words blurred, then refocused. This is my last entry before I disappear. If you are reading this, you are me. You hiked to your own tower. The cabin creaked. Just the wind, I told myself, just settling wood. But the sound came from inside, not outside. A floorboard compressed under weight I couldn't see. The final sentence waited at the bottom of the page. Look behind you. 2 words. 3 syllables. They shouldn't have had power. But my hands started shaking so hard the logbook rattled against the desk. What would you do? If your own handwriting commanded you to turn around in an impossible place, would you obey? I didn't want to, oh God. I didn't want to, but my body moved anyway. Muscles overriding terror. My neck rotated, slow, mechanical, like something else controlled the motion. My shoulders followed. The room spun into view degree by degree. The doorway came into focus. My breath stopped, not because I couldn't breathe, because something in my lungs forgot how. The air turned solid in my throat, trapped, burning. My heart hammered once, twice, then nothing. Just silence and the shape standing in the frame, watching me with eyes I knew better than my own. I was staring at myself. The man in the doorway had my jaw, my cheekbones, my build beneath the weathered Park Service jacket. But his face, oh God, his face. Deep lines carved through skin turned leathery by sun and isolation. Gray threaded through hair I still kept dark. His hands, scarred, liver-spotted, trembling, clutched the same log book I just read. Those hands told me everything. He stepped inside. The floorboards creaked under boots I recognized. The left heel worn on the outside edge just like mine. The metallic smell of the valley clung to him, mixed with old paper and wood smoke. You're wondering if this is real. His voice scraped out rough, aged, but the cadence was mine. The exact rhythm I used when talking to myself during long shifts. It is. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. He set the logbook on the desk between us. Every 6 months we hiked to our reflection tower. His finger, my finger, gnarled and thick-knuckled, traced the wood grain. Every time we replace ourselves. Enno, I've been you 9 times, Marcus. Hearing my name in that ruined voice shattered something inside me. What did he mean by replace? The word hung in the cold air like a threat, but I couldn't grasp its full weight yet. He moved closer. I saw the scar above his left eyebrow, the one I got falling from a ladder at age 12. Another on his knuckle from Eliner's broken coffee mug during our last fight. Every mark was mine. Tonight, he reached toward me, and the lamplight caught the deep exhaustion in eyes I'd seen in mirrors for 34 years. Tonight you become me. The room tilted. I looked down at my hands and felt the first cold prickle of change crawling beneath my skin. He extends the logbook toward me, and I take it. The leather cover feels cold, too cold. Wrong temperature for skin contact, like holding something that's been buried underground. My fingers close around it. Oh no. The hands gripping the spine aren't mine. They can't be mine. Liver spots bloom across the knuckles like bruises spreading under time-lapse photography. The skin sags, papery thin, revealing blue veins that map decades I haven't lived. A scar cuts across my left thumb, white and ancient. I got that scar. When? I remember now, splitting kindling, February, years ago, but it happened yesterday. My breath comes shallow, fast. I force myself to look at my arms. The flannel sleeves pull back, revealing forearms corded with muscle gone stringy, spotted with age, marked with scars I recognize. The burn from the propane stove. The gash from barbed wire on the trail to Cascade Pass. All mine. All impossible. What would you do? I whisper to the empty air. Would you scream? Would you check again, desperate, praying your eyes lied? I look up, searching for his face, for my face, for answers. The doorway is empty. Just the dark rectangle of the frame. The threshold worn smooth. The hinges silent. He's gone. But I didn't hear him leave. Didn't hear the floor creak. Didn't hear breathing stop or footsteps begin. Then a stair groans below me. The third step from the top. I know its voice. I've climbed those stairs 1,000 times, learned which boards sing and which stay silent. Another creak. Fifth step. Descending in the measured rhythm of someone who knows the tower's skeleton as well as his own. I lunge toward the window. My joints ache. When did that start? My knees crack as I move, sounds I've never made, sounds that belong to my father, not me. I press my weathered palms against the glass, smudging it with prints that look nothing like the ones I left this morning. Down below, emerging from the base of the tower, a figure. He wears my jacket. The blue one Alina gave me for our anniversary. My pack bounces against his shoulders, young shoulders, straight and strong. His gait is easy, familiar. I watch him navigate the rocks at the clearing's edge, stepping exactly where I would step, favoring his left leg slightly because of the old soccer injury that never quite healed. He doesn't look back. Why would he? He thinks he escaped, thinks he discovered the truth and walked away free, thinks the nightmare lives down here in this valley, and safety waits up there in his tower, my tower. His tower now. The forest swallows him between two cedars and he's gone, hiking back up the mountain, back to Pinnacle Watch, back to the radio and the log book and the light he'll see in 6 months, burning down here in the valley like a promise, like a mouth opening. The silence that follows his departure isn't peaceful. It's hungry. I stand at the window, my aged reflection staring back from the glass, and realize I can't remember my own voice anymore. Can't remember what it felt like to speak his name, my name, Alina's name. I open my mouth to test it. Nothing. Not even a whisper. Not even breath shaped into sound. My throat works, muscles contracting, but the air passes through dead and mute. The tower has already begun taking what it needs. My voice first. then memory, then self. But what comes after silence, I'm only beginning to understand. I lunged toward the window. My mouth opened wide, throat muscles contracted. Nothing, not a whisper, not a rasp. The silence inside me was absolute, a vacuum where sound should exist. I pressed my scarred fingers against my throat, felt the cartilage shift under papery skin, but the vocal cords refused. They simply refused to vibrate. Have you ever tried to scream and produced nothing? I stumbled to the radio. The same battered CB unit that connected me to Dale, to Jenna, to the world 15 miles below. My aged hands fumbled with the dial, twisting through frequencies. Static would be enough. Static meant connection. Static meant I still existed somewhere in the signal. The speaker gave me silence. Dead air, complete and total. I pressed the transmit button, released, pressed again. The red indicator light didn't even flicker. I shook the unit, childish, desperate, but the metal casing felt wrong in my grip. Lighter, hollow, as if the components inside had rotted away decades ago. The metallic smell thickened around me, coating my tongue with the taste of old pennies. I reached for my wallet with trembling hands. The leather felt cold, unfamiliar. Inside, the photograph of Alina smiled up at me from our anniversary dinner, the same image I'd carried for 2 years since the divorce. But something had shifted. Her face, oh God, her face was turned away now. Not erased, not gone, just angled toward the restaurant window instead of the camera. The smile remained, but it wasn't for me anymore. It never had been in this version of the past. Can you imagine watching your own history rewrite itself? The tower creaked around me, settling, digesting. I was being unmade, thread by thread, erased from every frequency and photograph and memory. And somewhere above me, my younger self was climbing back into Pinnacle Watch, convinced he'd escaped. But 6 months from now, he'd see the light. The days blur into weeks, weeks into months. I document the weather, record false patrol routes, fill the log book with my handwriting because that is what the tower demands. The pen feels foreign in my scarred hands, but the letters form themselves, muscle memory older than thought. On day 173, the light appears, not in this valley, but across the impossible distance, burning in my original tower. Pinnacle Watch glows through the fog, and I lift the binoculars with hands that shake from more than age. Through the lenses, I see him, myself, younger, leaning forward at the observation deck, scanning for smoke. He spotted it. I watch him radio it in. Watch him pace the cabin floor 3 nights running. The static crackles even here, metallic taste flooding my mouth, copper and cold. He doesn't know yet, can't know. The tower protects its secret until the moment of replacement. On day 180, he descends. I track his progress through the old-growth forest, his pack bobbing between trees. 4 hours. The same route I took. The same certainty driving each step. I lower the binoculars when he reaches the valley floor, because I cannot watch him climb these stairs, cannot witness the moment his hands touch this railing, still warm from my grip. Instead, I open the logbook, write the final entry. If you are reading this, you are me. You hike to your own tower, look behind you. The ink dries, footsteps creak on the stairs outside. I stand, turn toward the doorway. He'll need the logbook. He'll need to understand, though understanding changes nothing. The door swings open and I see my own face, younger and terrified, staring back at me. The cycle completes. I hand him the book and step toward the stairs, toward the forest, toward 6 months of forgetting. The tower has always been patient. Something speaks through welded steel. 4:32 in the morning. I'm standing in Section D corridor, dosimeter clipped to my belt, and it's clicking, faster than it should. The door in front of me is sealed, thick steel, crude welds running like scars across the seams. Warning placards faded to ghosts of themselves. The voice comes again, rough, wet, like something speaking through damaged vocal cords. Don't open it. My hand hovers near the handle. There is no handle, just metal, solid. Please, the voice rasps. Don't. Can you imagine standing there, listening to the impossible? I pressed my palm against the cold steel, felt the faint vibration of what? Ventilation. Something deeper. My mind raced back to 6 hours earlier when none of this made sense yet. 10:47 p.m. I'd clocked in for another overnight shift at Hanford Ridge, coffee in hand, the taste already going stale on my tongue. Eastern Washington stretched dark and empty outside, but I never saw it from the control room. No windows, just banks of aging monitors casting blue light across my station. The building hummed its usual mechanical lullaby, cooling tower temperatures, radiation levels, system diagnostics scrolling past in endless rows, routine. I'd done this job for 2 months. Easiest money I'd ever made. Sit alone. Watch screens. Log readings every hour. The insomnia that ruined my marriage made me perfect for it. Rebecca used to say I loved problems more than people. Maybe she was right, but that night, something felt different. Wrong. The air smelled faintly of ozone, sharp and electric, though all readings showed normal. And Section D, a section I'd never been told to monitor, kept drawing my attention to its dormant indicator light. What I didn't know yet was that light wouldn't stay dark much longer. I forced my attention back to the monitors. Temperature readings for cooling Tower 3, pressure valves, the ordinary rhythm of a night that would end at 6 a.m. with nothing in the incident log. The ozone smell faded after 20 minutes, and I convinced myself it was the ventilation system. Nothing more. My coffee went cold in the styrofoam cup. I didn't taste it when I drank. At 1:14 a.m., the alarm tore through the silence. Not the general radiation alert. This one came from a specific sector, a piercing mechanical shriek that made my teeth ache. The control panel lit up red. Section D, radiation spike, 0.7 millisieverts and climbing. My hands moved before my brain caught up, pulling up the sector logs on screen 3. The blue glow reflected off my face as I scrolled through decades of entries. March 1991 was the last notation. Contamination incident. Permanent seal authorized. No entry permitted. 33 years. Sealed. Welded shut according to the notes. I switched to the camera feed, fingers slipping on the keys. Section D corridor filled the monitor. That long fluorescent hallway I'd walked past 100 times without thinking. The steel door sat at the end, exactly as it always had, undisturbed. The welding seams were visible even on the grainy footage, thick and crude. Nothing moved. Nothing could move, but the radiation reading kept climbing. Can you imagine sitting there, watching impossible numbers rise while the camera shows you nothing's wrong? I checked the dosimeter on my belt. Normal, the spike was localized, contained, inside a sealed room. At 1:22 a.m., the alarm stopped, just stopped. The readings dropped to baseline within seconds, as if someone had flipped a switch. I logged it as equipment malfunction, typed the words with steady hands. The keyboard was warm under my fingers, warmer than it should have been, and in the sudden silence I heard it, a sound from down the corridor, metal groaning, once, then nothing. I'd rewound the archive to March. Third night back, and I couldn't leave it alone. The groaning from Section D had faded by dawn 2 shifts ago, but the timestamp in the alarm log kept pulling me back. 1:14 a.m. Equipment malfunction. That's what I'd written. I scrolled through weeks of footage, the monitor's glow washing my hands blue. The hum of the ventilation system filled the gaps between my breathing. Stale coffee smell hung in the air, mixed with something metallic I couldn't place. March 5th, 4:17 a.m. The Section D camera flickered, and the door opened. I stopped, rewound, watched again. The welded steel peeled back like foil. A figure in a radiation suit stepped through, walked to my console, the same desk where I sat now, and began working. 8 minutes. I checked the timestamp. At 4:25 a.m., the figure stood, returned to Section D, and the door sealed behind it. My throat tightened. March 12th, 4:17 a.m., same thing. March 19th, 4:17 a.m., identical, every 7 days, for months. Always the same timestamp, the same 8-minute window, the same mechanical movements. I cross-referenced the dates against maintenance logs. No one had reported anything. No alarms in the records except I pulled up recent files. My alarm from 2 nights ago, 1:14 a.m. Wrong time, different pattern. I checked tonight's date, March 26th, 7 days since the last occurrence. 4:16 a.m. now. Can you imagine sitting there knowing what you're about to see? Knowing you should walk away, call someone, do anything but watch. I pulled up the live feed. Split screen. Section D corridor on the left, my empty chair on the right, captured by the control room camera behind me. 1 minute. The temperature dropped. I felt it on the back of my neck, cold and wrong for a climate-controlled facility. The ventilation hummed louder, or maybe that was blood rushing in my ears. 4:17 a.m. The door opened, not on the recording, in real time. Steel peeling back in utter silence while my monitor showed it still sealed. The figure emerged, but, oh, something was wrong with the way it moved. Too smooth. Each step identical to the last, like frames repeating in a loop. It walked past the camera and I heard footsteps behind me. I didn't turn around. The keyboard began clicking. On the monitor showing my station, I watched gloved hands typing at my console. The same desk where my own hands rested, trembling now. I could hear each keystroke echoing in the empty room, but when I glanced down, the keys weren't moving. The figure typed for 8 minutes. I counted every second. At 4:25 a.m., the clicking stopped. On screen, the figure stood, turned, walked back towards Section D. I heard the footsteps passing behind my chair, felt the displacement of air, smelled ozone and something else. Something like burnt copper and decay. The door sealed. My dosimeter hadn't made a sound. I finally looked down at my keyboard. The keys were warm. And there on my screen, a new entry in the containment log I hadn't written. Observation confirmed. Saturation increasing. But what terrified me most was the timestamp on the entry. It was dated 7 days from now. I couldn't look away from the screen. The log entry glowed in the darkness, time-stamped 7 days ahead. My hands were still on the keyboard, but I hadn't typed those words. The ventilation system hummed its endless rhythm overhead, indifferent to the impossible. I needed answers. The incident database sat buried in the system architecture, 4 layers deep in archived personnel files. Most operators never accessed it. Why would they? We monitored temperatures, logged readings, went home. But I'd always been the type to dig. Rebecca used to say it was compulsion, not curiosity, that I couldn't let anything rest. She was right. My fingers clicked across keys, each tap sharp in the silence. Section D Incident Reports. Query, all entries since facility commissioning. The search bar blinked, waited, then flooded with results. 5 names. 5 overnight operators, all dead. I felt the cold air from the ceiling vent wash over my neck as I opened the first file. Michael Torres, March 2003. Cause of death, acute radiation syndrome. The next line stopped my breath. Body discovered inside Section D during routine inspection. Inside. But Section D had been sealed since 1991. The welding was visible on every camera angle crude, thick beams across the frame. No one could enter. I'd checked the door myself on previous shifts, running my fingers along those rough metal seams just to confirm what the cameras showed. I pulled up the next file. Sarah Chen, October 2007. Same cause. Same impossible location. Then Gregory Penske, 1998. David Ochoa, 2015. Jennifer Marlowe, 2023. Can you imagine finding that pattern? 5 people spanning 30 years, all dying the exact same way in a room no one could access. My coffee had gone cold in its stained mug. I didn't remember when I'd last sipped it. The screen's blue glow painted shadows across my hands as I scrolled deeper, searching for the origin point. There had to be something earlier. Some incident that explained why Section D was sealed in the first place. The file loaded slowly, as if the system itself hesitated to show me. March 14, 1991. Emergency Containment Protocol. Catastrophic coolant breach. And there, buried in the personnel casualty section, a name that made my dosimeter feel suddenly heavier on my belt. Dennis Kavar, technician, age 41, status, sealed during emergency response. The clinical language couldn't hide what that meant. They'd welded the door, with him inside. Lethal radiation exposure, the report confirmed. Extraction deemed impossible due to contamination levels. Time of containment, 4:17 a.m. 4:17. The exact timestamp of every alarm, every manifestation, every impossible door opening I'd watched on the archived footage. My hands were shaking now. I scrolled through Kavar's file, and the details emerged like something surfacing from deep water. He'd been conscious during the welding. Radio contact maintained for, oh God, 40 minutes after the seal. The logs included fragments of transmission, his voice degrading as the radiation cooked him from the inside. They'd listened to him die. I thought of the figure I'd seen, mechanical, precise, working at the console for exactly 8 minutes before vanishing. Was that him? Still working his shift, 3 decades later, unaware he was already dead. The break room's vending machine hummed suddenly to life behind me, its compressor clicking on. I jumped, heart hammering. Just machinery, just the facility's endless background noise. But when I turned back to the screen, a new detail caught my eye. Kavar's personnel photo stared out from the file. A man with tired eyes and a slight smile. Someone who looked like he belonged on a night shift. Someone like me. And beneath the photo, a notation I'd missed before. Psychological profile flagged for obsessive tendencies and pattern recognition fixation. Rebecca's voice echoed in my memory. You can't let anything go, Keith. You'll chase it until it destroys you. The archive folder contained one more document. Audio file. Kavar's final transmission, timestamped 4:24 a.m., March 14, 1991. My cursor hovered over the play button. I knew I shouldn't listen. Knew that whatever obsession had killed 5 operators before me was already wrapping around my thoughts like wire. But my finger was already moving, already clicking, because that's what I do. That's what I've always done. The speaker crackled with static, and then I heard it. A voice. Rough, damaged, barely human anymore. And I realized with ice flooding my veins that I'd heard that voice before, just hours ago, warning me through the welded door, which meant whatever was happening in Section D hadn't started tonight. It had been waiting for me all along. I found Hank Bergstrom's number in the archived personnel files, scrawled in pencil beside a retirement date from 2012. My hand shook as I dialed. 3:42 a.m. Too late to call anyone. I called anyway. He answered on the first ring. You're calling about Section D. His voice crackled with static I couldn't explain. My phone was digital. Night shift operator, am I right? How did you? Because they always call. He exhaled, long and rattling. What's your name? Keith Randall. Keith. A pause. Request a transfer tomorrow. Don't ask questions, just do it. I need to know what happened to Dennis Kavar. The silence stretched so long I thought he'd hung up. Then, we welded him inside while he screamed. My coffee turned cold against my palm. Reactor went critical at 4:17 a.m. Cooling system failed. Someone had to manually override the failsafe from inside Section D. Hank's breathing grew uneven. Dennis, he volunteered, went in, stabilized it. Saved 200 lives, but the contamination, we couldn't open the door. Protocol. 1 life or 200. I tasted bile. We welded it shut while he begged us not to. Took 8 minutes to seal it properly. He was still conscious. Hank's voice cracked. Still talking to us over the radio. 40 minutes, Keith. 40 minutes before he went silent. 4:25 a.m. The ventilation hummed above me. Too loud, too regular. 5 operators since then, Hank whispered. Every single one started like you, curious, obsessive, couldn't leave it alone. Found them all inside Section D with radiation burns, door still sealed. That's impossible. That's what they all said. I should have hung up. Should have walked to my supervisor's office right then. Instead, I asked, what did they see? Whatever it was, Hank's voice dissolved into static. They followed it inside. The monitor behind me flickered. 4:16 a.m. 1 minute until the door opened. The phone clattered from my hand at 4:17 a.m. On the monitor, the Section D door swung open. Smooth. Silent. The figure emerged in its radiation suit, moving with that mechanical precision I'd watched for 3 nights. It turned toward the camera, visor reflecting fluorescent light, then disappeared from frame. I stood. My chair scraped against linoleum. This time I'd see it myself. Confirm it was real. That I wasn't losing my mind like Rebecca always said I would. The corridor stretched ahead, bathed in that sick fluorescent glow. My footsteps echoed too loud against concrete. The ventilation system hummed its constant note, but underneath, was that another sound? Metal groaning? I couldn't tell anymore. Section D's door waited at the corridor's end. 30 feet. 20. 10. I reached out, palm meeting cold steel. The welded seams felt crude under my fingertips. Thick ridges of metal fused 33 years ago while a man screamed on the other side. The door was sealed. Completely sealed. No hinges that could move, no mechanism that could turn. Yet on the monitor, I'd watched it open. My dosimeter hung silent at my hip. No radiation, no breach. The air smelled wrong, metallic, sharp, like ozone after lightning strikes. Something made me turn. Down the corridor, through the control room window, I could see my station. The monitors glowed, and there, in my chair, the figure sat hunched over my keyboard, working my console. Its suited back blocked the screens, but I watched its helmet tilt as if reading temperature logs I'd written myself. I ran, burst through the control room door, empty, just humming monitors and coffee-stained logbooks. But my keyboard, oh God, when I touched the keys, they were warm, still warm from someone else's hands. And on the monitor, Section D's door was sealed again, while behind me something breathed against my neck. I stood before Section D at 4:15, 2 minutes early. My fingers traced the welded seams, cold and rough beneath my touch. The faint ozone smell lingered in the corridor, had lingered since I'd first walked this hall nights ago. Or had I only noticed it now? I know you're in there, I said to the steel. My voice sounded small, foolish. What would you do? Speak to a sealed door in an empty facility at 4 in the morning? But the warmth of my keyboard still haunted my fingertips. Something had touched what I'd touched. Silence answered. The ventilation hummed overhead. Then, 4:17 exactly, the typing started. Keys clicking, methodical, precise. The sound came through 6 inches of steel, through welded seams that hadn't moved in 33 years. Impossible, but I heard it. Each keystroke distinct, deliberate. I knocked 3 times. Sharp raps that sent vibration up my knuckles. The typing stopped. Don't. The voice scraped through the door like metal on bone, rough, damaged, as if the throat producing it had been ruined by screaming. Don't. Watch any more. My breath caught. Who? You're in the loop now, the voice rasped. Hallucination, contamination, 5 others. They came looking, opened the door, found nothing but radiation. The operators, I whispered. The 5 who died, seeking truth. A wet, rattling sound, laughter or sobbing, I couldn't tell. Please stop watching. Every time you see, it gets stronger. I pressed my palm flat against the cold steel. Why does it happen? Silence stretched. Then quieter, desperate. Because you keep asking that question. The corridor lights flickered once, and behind me I heard my console keyboard begin to type, the keys depressed under invisible fingers. Click, click, click. I jerked back from my console, but the typing continued, steady, methodical. The screen filled with radiation exposure logs, my logs, data I'd never accessed. Stop, I whispered. The voice from Section D crawled through the steel again. You wanted to understand. Tell me. A sound like breathing through damaged tissue. March 14, 1991, 4:17 a.m. Containment breach. They sealed me. With the source. Particles bonded to consciousness. Observer-dependent decay. The words made no sense. And yet, every technician who watches strengthens the entanglement. You see me because I need to be seen. The observation itself completes the reaction. My hands trembled. The typing stopped. I fled to the archive terminal, pulling research papers buried in classified folders. Quantum entanglement. Schrödinger's observation collapse. Radiation-induced coherent states. The theory was there. Fringe physics from the 80s. Experiments abandoned because the math suggested consciousness could bind to radioactive decay patterns. If an observer died during exposure, could the observation itself become trapped? I glanced at my dosimeter. 0.03 microsieverts. Yesterday it read 0. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, but the pitch was wrong, half a tone too low. That uncanny hum burrowed into my skull. I hadn't entered Section D, hadn't touched the door. But the readings climbed anyway because watching was the contamination. Seeing was the exposure. I should have logged off. Should have walked to my car, driven until the sun rose, requested immediate transfer like Hank begged. Rebecca always said I couldn't let mysteries go, that my compulsions would destroy me. She was right. But can you imagine knowing something impossible is real and choosing to look away? My fingers opened the live camera feed. Section D corridor, 4:16 a.m. 1 minute until manifestation. I leaned closer to the screen and realized I'd already made my choice. 4:13 a.m. I killed the monitors. The break room door locked from inside, single deadbolt, flimsy but real. I dragged the vending machine across the entrance. It scraped linoleum with a sound like grinding teeth. My hands shook as I wedged a chair under the handle. No cameras in here. No screens. Can't watch if there's nothing to see. The room smelled like stale coffee and plastic, familiar and suffocating. I sat on the cold floor, back against the wall, dosimeter clipped to my belt. The vending machine hummed its low monotone. My breath came too fast in the stillness. Rebecca used to tell me I couldn't leave things alone, that I'd pull at loose threads until everything unraveled. Maybe if I just stopped looking, broke the pattern. What would you do knowing the watching itself was killing you? Could you resist? 4:15. I counted heartbeats. The ventilation system whispered overhead. My dosimeter stayed quiet. Maybe this would work. 4:17. Somewhere down the corridor, metal groaned. low, distant, the sound of massive hinges moving. No, Section D was 300 feet away, through two security doors. I couldn't possibly hear, but I did. The welded door opening, slow, deliberate. The echo reached me through walls and sealed corridors, impossible and undeniable. My dosimeter clicked, once, twice. Then the light appeared, orange glow beneath the break room door. Wrong color, too warm, the kind of light that comes from burning isotopes, from contaminated air ionizing. It crept across the floor toward me like liquid. The metal sound came again, closer now, though that made no sense. Groaning, scraping, as if massive steel was moving just outside my thin door. Click, 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 click. My dosimeter accelerated. The sound filled the tiny room. The smell hit next. Burning metal, sharp and chemical. Ozone like lightning striking concrete. And underneath, decay, organic, sweet and wrong. The vending machine lurched backward. Something pushed from the other side. The door swung open. He stood in the doorway. Radiation suit yellowed with age. The visor. Oh God, the visor was fogged from inside, condensation running down like tears. But there was no face behind it. Just darkness, just absence. The figure extended one gloved hand toward me. My dosimeter screamed, a single sustained shriek. The air tasted like copper, like the moment before your skin blisters. And I understood, finally, what the others had learned too late. They found me at dawn. Morning shift said I was lying outside Section D. My dosimeter screaming, maxed out. Burns covered my hands, my face. The kind of exposure that should have killed me. The door behind me stayed sealed, welded solid, untouched for 33 years. I woke 3 days later in a hospital room that reeked of antiseptic and something underneath. Something that smelled like ozone, like burning metal. The doctors asked what happened. I told them I didn't know. And I didn't, still don't. The last thing I remember, sitting in the break room at 4:13. Then nothing. A hole where 2 hours should be. They showed me the burns, the radiation signature. Told me I was lucky. I nodded, didn't feel lucky. Management offered the desk job 6 weeks later after the skin grafts healed. Daytime hours. Climate-controlled office. No monitoring stations. No overnight shifts. I accepted. What else could I do? Can you imagine trying to explain what I half remembered? What I thought I'd seen? They'd already decided. Equipment malfunction, accidental exposure, case closed. I filed reports, attended meetings, went home to an empty apartment every night at 5:30. For 6 months, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Then Martinez started the overnight shift. Young guy, sharp, reminded me of myself before. He came to my office on a Tuesday afternoon, logbook tucked under his arm. Asked if I knew anything about Section D. My coffee went cold in my hands. He'd logged alarms at 4:17 a.m., checked the cameras, seen something that didn't make sense. I opened my mouth to warn him, then stopped, because I understood finally. Hank had warned me. I hadn't listened. Now Martinez stood there, curiosity bright in his eyes, asking questions I'd asked. The pattern didn't break. It just found someone new to carry it forward. Pen 12 was supposed to be empty. I checked the manifest twice before starting rounds. The clipboard felt heavier than usual in my cold hands. Or maybe That was just the way the night pressed down on everything out here. 10:47. My boots echoed against concrete as I approached the pen, flashlight cutting through the dark. But something stood in the center. A cow, brown and white patches, completely still, just staring at me. I stopped. The air tasted wrong. Colder here than the other pens, and that didn't make sense. The facility's heating was uniform. I'd worked here 3 years. I knew every sound, every smell, every degree of temperature by heart. The cow didn't move, didn't shift weight or flick its tail. Its eyes caught my flashlight beam and reflected nothing. I glanced down at the manifest again. Pen 12, empty. Scheduled cleaning tomorrow morning. No livestock assigned. So what the hell was I looking at? My breath came out in small clouds as I climbed over the gate. The metal was ice under my palm. Can you imagine that silence? Not even the usual shuffle of hooves from neighboring pens. Just my heartbeat and boots scraping concrete. I got close enough to see the ear tag. The number stopped me cold. LEO 4379, my employee ID number. The cow blinked. Once. Slow and deliberate. That's when the smell hit me. Metallic, thick, like copper pennies left in a closed fist too long, like the taste of blood before it reaches your tongue. I'd smelled it before, somewhere, but my mind wouldn't place it. The cow's mouth didn't move, but somewhere behind its eyes, I saw recognition. And that's when I realized it was looking at me the way you'd look at a replacement. I thumbed the radio. Frank, I need you to check something. Static crackled. Then his voice, bored and tinny. What's up, Leo? Pen 12. The manifest says empty, but there's a cow here. I stared at the animal. It hadn't moved. Hadn't blinked, just watched. Hold on. Keys clicking in the background. System shows pen 12's been empty since Monday. No livestock assigned. No tag registered. My throat tightened. Frank, I'm looking right at it. You sure you're at 12? The number was painted on the gate, bold, white, 12. Yeah, I'm sure, he sighed. Take a picture, send it through. Good, yes, evidence. I pulled out my phone, hands steadier than they should have been. The camera focused. The cow filled the frame, that metallic smell still thick in the cold air. I snapped the photo. The screen showed bare concrete. I blinked, lowered the phone. The cow stood 3 feet away, massive and silent. Raised the phone again, empty pen, just gray floor and shadows. Leo, Frank's voice broke through the static. You send it. Yeah, it's, my voice felt distant. Have you ever doubted your own eyes? Wondered if your mind was betraying you? I clipped the radio, took a step forward. The cow didn't move, didn't react. I reached out slowly, my fingertips trembling as they met the hide. Cold, not cool. Not damp from night air. Cold as freezer meat. As something dead for days. I jerked my hand back, but the cold clung to my fingers, spreading up my wrist like frostbite. The cow's ear tag swayed slightly, my employee number catching the dim overhead light. And then, oh God, then its jaw moved. The jaw moved, and my voice came out. Not a moo, not animal sound, my voice. The same flat Midwest tone I'd heard on voicemails, the one Cheryl said always sounded tired. I've been standing here since March. I stumbled backward. My boot caught the pen rail. The cold metal bit through my jeans, but I barely felt it. The cow's mouth didn't sync with the words. They just emanated from its throat, from the air between us. I collapsed during rounds, it continued, each syllable slow and deliberate. Stroke, right here, right where you're standing now. My hand was still numb from touching its hide. I shoved it into my jacket pocket, squeezed my fingers into a fist. The warmth wouldn't return. 3 days before they found me. Have you ever heard your own voice say something you didn't speak? It's not like hearing a recording. That's just embarrassing, hearing how you really sound. This was violation. Someone wearing my vocal cords like a costume. I shook my head. No, this was. What? Exhaustion. Carbon monoxide from the truck. I'd skipped dinner. Low blood sugar. Something rational. Something fixable. But that metallic smell thickened in my nostrils. Copper and rot. The scent memory of the meat locker when the generator died last July. You're not real, I whispered. The cow blinked. Once, slowly, its massive head tilted, almost sympathetic. My radio crackled to life. Frank's voice cut through the static. Leo, you copy, finishing my rounds in the east wing. Heading your way, I grabbed the radio. Frank, stay on the line, I need. But the transmission ended. Just dead air and the hiss of an open channel. Footsteps. Heavy boots on concrete. The familiar rhythm of Frank's bowligate gate echoing from the corridor. Relief flooded my chest. Frank. Solid, practical Frank who'd worked here 20 years. He'd see this. Confirm I wasn't losing my mind. We'd call animal control, figure out how something this size got in, laugh about it next week over coffee. The footsteps grew louder. I turned toward the corridor entrance. Frank, over here, pen 12. You gotta see, Frank appeared under the overhead light. 58 years old, thermos in one hand, clipboard tucked under his arm. His breath fogged in the cold air. He walked right past me, not around me, past me. His eyes swept the pen, landed on the empty space where I stood and continued moving. No recognition, no pause. Frank, I shouted. My voice bounced off the concrete walls. He kept walking, boots scuffing, humming something under his breath. Some old country song he always hummed. I lunged forward, reached for his shoulder. My hand passed through empty air. He was already 10 feet away, turning the corner toward the south pens. The radio crackled again. Frank's voice. East wing clear. Pen 12 clear, moving to loading docks. I stood there, radio hanging from my belt. My breath should have been fogging like his. It wasn't. I raised my hand to my mouth, exhaled hard, watched for the white vapor. Nothing. The cow watched me with patient, knowing eyes. And when it spoke again in my stolen voice, I finally understood why the air had grown so cold. The cow spoke again in my voice. Check your pulse. I pressed 2 fingers against my left wrist, pushed harder. The skin felt room temperature, no colder, like touching raw chicken from the back of the fridge. I shifted my grip, searching for the familiar throb beneath the surface. Nothing. I tried my neck, pressed until my fingertips ached or should have ached. The pressure registered as information, not sensation, like watching someone else get touched through a screen. No pulse, no heartbeat. I stood there in pen 12, fingers jammed against my carotid artery, and felt absolutely nothing moving inside me. Have you ever tried to find your own heartbeat and failed? The panic that floods through you, except I felt no flood, no adrenaline spike, just silence. the absence where my body's rhythm should have been. I exhaled hard, watching for fog. The cold air stayed clear. My chest rose and fell, habit, muscle, memory, but nothing came out. I was breathing the way you move your legs in a dream, the motion without the function. Cheryl kissed me goodbye at 8:45. I remembered the warmth of her lips, the coffee smell on her breath. She'd adjusted my collar, her fingertips brushing my neck. Had she noticed then? Had my skin already felt wrong to her touch? I looked down at my left hand. My wedding ring hung loose on my finger, too loose. I'd worn that band for 19 years, snug enough to leave an indent. Now it twisted freely, the gold dull under the fluorescent lights. I pulled it off. It slid away with no resistance, and underneath, my finger showed no tan line at all. But the skin beneath looked thin, translucent. I could see the shape of bone through it like wax paper wrapped around wire. I stared at the bone beneath my skin, translucent as wax paper. Russell Payne. The cow's voice, my voice, broke through my paralysis. I looked up. Its dark eyes held something I recognized now. Resignation. That was my name, it said. Before pen 12. The metallic smell thickened. My stomach turned, though I couldn't feel hunger anymore. Couldn't feel much of anything except the cold radiating from the concrete beneath my boots. You had the stroke 20 minutes ago. The cow didn't blink. 10:47 p.m., right behind me, where you're standing. I stepped back. The concrete felt wrong under my feet, too solid. Too real for someone who wasn't breathing. You're on the ground in pen 12 right now. The cow's jaw moved with my cadence, my Nebraska drawl. I'm watching you die. No, your phone's 3 feet from your hand. You tried to reach it. Couldn't. The air pressure changed. Or maybe I just finally noticed the silence, how the usual hum of the facility had vanished. How isolated pen 12 really was. Can you imagine standing in a place where sound just stops? Tomorrow at dawn I'll be free. The cow shifted its weight. Hooves scraped concrete. You'll replace me. The words didn't make sense, couldn't make sense. That's not, my voice cracked. I'm standing here, I'm talking to you. For now, run. Every instinct screamed it. I turned, boots pounding concrete. The exit corridor stretched ahead, fluorescent lights buzzing, the first sound I'd heard in minutes. My legs moved but felt distant, like borrowed limbs. Behind me, that metallic smell grew stronger. And ahead, oh God, ahead the corridor was turning back. The corridor opened back to pen 12. I stopped, gasped. My legs buckled beneath me, but I didn't fall. I just stood there swaying. The metallic smell wrapped around my throat like a fist. There, on the concrete, me. I was lying on my side, one arm stretched out, fingers curled toward nothing. My eyes were open, staring at the wall. My mouth hung slack, a thin line of drool connecting my cheek to the floor. The phone lay 3 feet away, screen still glowing. 10:51 p.m., 4 minutes. 4 minutes since I'd found the cow. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, no, wait, I wasn't breathing anyway. Was I? My chest didn't rise. Didn't fall, just still. Boots echoed down the corridor, Frank. I spun toward the sound, relief flooding through me. Frank would see. Frank would call someone. Frank would. He walked right past. His flashlight beam swept across the pen. Across my body, across my open eyes. He didn't pause, didn't slow. The boots kept their steady rhythm fading toward the loading dock. "Frank!" I screamed. "Frank, I'm right here," the sound that came out. Oh God! Oh God, it wasn't my voice. It was low, guttural, a drawn-out moo that vibrated in my chest and rattled my teeth. I pressed my hands to my throat, choking on the sound. My hands. I stared down at them. The fingers were thinner, longer. The wedding ring hung loose on my fourth finger, slipping toward the knuckle. The skin looked waxy, pale, like it was already starting to forget what human flesh should look like. What would you do if your body started erasing you piece by piece, and you were still aware enough to watch it happen? I ran. My boots hammered concrete, echoing off metal gates and empty pens. The exit corridor stretched ahead. 50 feet, 40, 30. Cold air bit my face. I could smell diesel from the parking lot, rain on asphalt. Freedom. Just through that door. I hit the push bar hard. The door swung open, and I stumbled back into Pen 12. Concrete walls. The metallic stench. Russell standing center, watching me with those flat cow eyes. The corridor behind me led, backward, to where I'd just come from. No, I spun and ran again, same hallway, same distance. I counted my steps this time, 53. The door opened onto Pen 12. Russell hadn't moved. My corpse still lay 3 feet from the gate, phone screen dark now. Third time, fourth. The hallway never changed. My legs ached. Or did they? Could I even feel pain anymore? What would you do? Keep running. Keep hoping the next door would be different. I grabbed a metal bucket from Pen 14, hurled it at the office window. Glass exploded outward in a glittering spray. Sharp edges jutted from the frame like teeth. I punched through them, felt pressure, but no pain, no warmth spreading down my wrist. I pulled my hand back and stared at the pale skin. Clean, uncut, nothing. 7 months I tried. Russell's voice, my voice, drifted from Pen 12. He stood at the gate now, massive head lowered. Every window, every door, every wall. He exhaled, breath steaming in the cold. You can't leave until replacement comes. The word hung there, replacement. And somewhere beyond these walls, someone was filling out an application. Someone who didn't know Pen 12 was waiting. Replacement. That word cracked something open in my skull. March, cold morning. The memory surfaced like a body rising from deep water. I'd been the one to find him. Russell Payne, I remembered now. Day shift supervisor called me at 6 in the morning, 3 hours past end of watch. Russell never clocked out. Didn't answer his phone. I drove back in dawn light, keys jangling against my hip. Pen 12 gate was locked from the outside. I'd opened it myself. The padlock was cold. So cold my fingers stuck to the metal. The smell hit me before I saw him. Metallic, sharp, like sucking on a penny while standing in a freezer. Russell lay center pen, face down. One arm stretched toward his phone 3 feet away. The concrete around him was darker, not blood, just wrong. His night shift jacket was twisted halfway up his back like he'd been crawling. Can you imagine finding that? Your coworker. 3 days rotting in an empty pen nobody checks except during auctions. I'd called 911, waited by the gate, didn't go closer, couldn't. The smell wrapped around my throat like hands. They said stroke, instantaneous. Poor bastard probably didn't suffer, but I knew. Oh God, I knew now. Russell had been standing there the whole time, watching me discover his corpse, watching the EMTS bag him, watching Frank update the schedule with position vacant. That metallic smell clung to my uniform for days. I pressed my wrist against my nose now, breath deep. There it was, copper, decay. The scent of meat left too long in a locked pen. I smelled like death, because I was death. And 5 a.m. was only hours away. The clock above the office door read 4:53 a.m. Russell stood in the center of pen 12, but something about him looked thinner, like fog burning off in morning sun. His edges wavered. When he shifted his weight, I could see through his shoulder to the concrete wall behind. My hands trembled. No, not trembled, something else. The fingers felt swollen, the knuckles stiff and wrong. I flexed them and heard a sound like wet leather stretching. "It's starting," Russell said. His voice came from far away now, an echo down a long tunnel. I looked down at my body. My uniform shirt stretched tight across my chest. Too tight. The fabric strained at seams that had fit perfectly 8 hours ago. My spine ached with a deep, grinding pressure, as though something was compressing each vertebra, forcing them to bend in directions they were never meant to go. Can you imagine feeling your own skeleton betray you? I dropped to my knees in the dirt outside pen 12. The impact should have hurt. It didn't. My kneecaps met the ground with a dull, distant thud. I pressed my palms flat against the cold earth and tried to breathe, tried to remember what breathing felt like. "Write it," I gasped, to myself, to anyone. Write a warning, my boot. I could drag it through the dirt, leave a message for whoever came next. I scraped my heel in long, deliberate lines. DANG, each letter took forever. My leg felt heavier with every stroke, the ankle joint grinding like rusted hinges. ER. The dirt was loose and dark, the letters clear against the pale concrete edge. There, 7 letters, 1 word. I stared at them for 3 seconds. The dirt shifted, smoothed itself, like invisible hands brushing it flat. The letters faded, no, not faded, erased, pulled back into the earth as though they'd never existed. "I tried that too," Russell said. His voice was barely a whisper now. 17 different ways. It won't let you warn them. My spine bent further. I felt my ribcage expanding, the bones spreading outward. My shirt tore along the back seam with a soft, ripping sound that seemed obscenely loud in the pre-dawn silence. Think about the last time your body felt like your own. Hold that memory. Because mine was slipping away and I couldn't, the side door clanged open. Boots on concrete. Heavy, familiar rhythm. Frank's walk. I'd heard it 1,000 times during shift changes. "Leo," his voice carried across the empty pens. "You still here, buddy?" I tried to stand. My legs wouldn't straighten. The knees bent backward now, just slightly, just enough to make standing upright impossible. I crawled toward the sound of his footsteps, my hands scraping against the concrete. "Frank," I tried to shout. My throat produced a low, guttural sound. Not words. Not human. His boots passed 10 feet away. I could see him through the gaps in the pen rails, coffee thermos in one hand, clipboard in the other. His eyes swept across pen 12. Across my body. The one still lying on the floor where I'd collapsed 7 hours ago. He didn't stop walking. "Leo," he called again, louder now, annoyed. "Your truck's still out front." He pulled his phone from his belt, pressed it to his ear, and 3 feet from my dead hand, my phone began to ring. The concrete is cold beneath my hooves. I stand center of pen 12 exactly where Russell stood, where I found him 7 months ago. My body, this body, smells like copper and rot. The air tastes metallic. I can feel the yellow tag clipped to my ear, swinging slightly when I move my head. 10:47 p.m. Boots echo down the corridor. New rhythm, younger gait. I know this sound. The way I used to walk these pens before everything ended. Derek rounds the corner. He's 29, fresh hire. Frank mentioned him during orientation. I remember now, fragments of conversations before my stroke. He carries the same flashlight I used, wears the same navy jacket. He stops, stares. What the hell? I try to speak, try to force words through this throat. Run, leave, don't stay until dawn. What comes out is a low, wet moo. Derek steps closer. His flashlight beam catches my ear tag. I watch his face change confusion to disbelief. He pulls out his phone, snaps a photo, checks the screen. Does he see me, or empty concrete? Pen 12 supposed to be. He scrolls through something, the manifest. Supposed to be empty. He backs away, exactly like I did. Same 3 steps, same angle. I am Russell now. The realization settles like ice water in my chest. I stood here watching Russell, and Russell stood here watching whoever came before him. The cycle doesn't break, it loops. Pen 12 always has a cow. Pen 12 is never empty. Derek's boots retreat down the corridor. I wait. In 7 months, he'll collapse during rounds. In 7 months, I'll watch him transform. In 7 months, I'll fade, and he'll take my place. The facility hums around me. Fluorescent lights buzz overhead. Somewhere, Frank is making coffee in the night office. I blink once. The concrete is cold beneath my hooves. I stand, I wait. The cycle holds. The photo shouldn't exist. But there it is, lying in the center of 8 pallets arranged in a perfect circle. The frame is the cheap black plastic one from my kitchen counter. The picture inside shows Kelly and Amy at the breakfast table, morning light through the yellow curtains, Amy holding up a crayon drawing. I took that photo yesterday, on my phone. It never left my phone. The concrete floor is ice cold through my boots. The warehouse stretches 200,000 square feet around me, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, casting everything in sickly white. Diesel fumes mix with cardboard dust, the smell I've breathed for 6 years. But tonight it smells wrong, metallic, like blood before you taste it. I crouch down, pick up the frame, still warm. My hands start shaking. I check my phone. The photo is there, right where it should be. Taken at 7:23 a.m. yesterday, never sent, never printed. I look at the frame again, at my wife's smile frozen behind scratched plastic, at my daughter's gap-toothed grin. Someone was in my house. Someone printed this. Someone has been here, but what I still didn't understand yet was that someone was me. Behind me, a forklift roars to life. The sound rips through the silence like a chainsaw. 2 tons of machinery, engines screaming, tires squealing against concrete. I spin around. Oh, the forklift barrels down the main aisle, 40 feet away, 30. The overhead cage rattles, forks lowered like tusks. And I see the driver. And no, it's me, Same warehouse jacket, same boots, same face, but the eyes are black, completely black, vacant, empty. The thing wearing my face doesn't blink, doesn't swerve, doesn't slow down. It drives straight toward me. And what happened in the next 3 seconds would determine if I ever left this warehouse alive. My mind raced back 3 weeks before the photograph, before the black-eyed thing wearing my face. The shift started like any other. 10 p.m. I clocked in at Midwest Logistics, my footsteps echoing across 200,000 square feet of concrete and darkness. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed their familiar hymn. I was alone, always alone on graveyard shift since Rick Salazar quit. I liked it that way. The first few hours passed in rhythm. Forklift, scan, stack, repeat. The smell of diesel and cardboard clung to my clothes, my skin, the back of my throat. Cold air leaked through the loading dock seams, winter pressing against metal walls. Around 4 a.m. I heard it, a forklift engine, running hard. The sound came from the far side of the warehouse, near the damaged goods section where the lights barely reached. The beeping, that reverse warning beep, echoing between the aisles, but I was the only one here. I set down my scanner, listened. The engine roared, then idled, then roared again. Someone was operating a machine in my building. I grabbed my flashlight and started walking. My boots scraped concrete. Each aisle I passed, the beam cut through towers of pallets stacked 15 feet high. Shadows danced. The forklift sound grew louder, closer, then suddenly stopped. Complete silence. I walked faster, checked every machine in the fleet. 12 forklifts, all parked in their charging stations. I pressed my palm against each engine block. Cold, every single one. But that wasn't the strangest part. What I didn't know then, what I wouldn't discover until the security footage, was that at exactly 3:47 a.m., something had started watching me back. I found the circle just past dawn. The damaged goods section smelled like diesel and wet cardboard. I'd been avoiding it all night, but something pulled me back there. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, flickering in that way that makes your skull ache. 8 pallets, arranged in a perfect circle. My boots stopped on cold concrete. The pallets were identical. Wooden, standard size, nothing special. But the precision. Can you imagine standing there, staring at geometry that shouldn't exist in a place like this? Each one spaced exactly the same distance apart. Each one turned at the exact same angle. Inside the circle, boxes were stacked. Not random, deliberate. They spelled my name. Marcus. My hands started shaking. I pulled out my phone and called Darren. He answered on the 5th ring, voice rough with sleep and irritation. "This better be good. You need to come in." My voice didn't sound like mine. "Some things, just come in." He arrived 20 minutes later, boots echoing across the warehouse floor. He looked at the circle, looked at me, sighed like I'd wasted his time. "So you got creative on the night shift." "I didn't, Marcus." He pulled out his phone, thumbed through screens. Access logs. Building was locked from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m., just you. Nobody else swiped in. He looked up. "Just you." The boxes with my name stared back at us. "I didn't do this." Darren's jaw tightened. For just a second, something flickered behind his eyes, not confusion, recognition. "Go home," he said. "We'll talk Monday." He walked away before I could argue, leaving me alone with the circle and the cold certainty settling in my chest. But what the logs didn't show, what neither of us could explain yet, was how the pallets were still warm when I touched them. Darren didn't leave. I heard his boots scrape concrete behind me as I touched the warm pallets, and when I turned, he was staring at his phone with the expression of a man who'd found exactly what he feared. "Come with me," he said. The office smelled like burnt coffee and printer toner. Darren pulled up the security software on his desktop, fingers moving too quickly, like he'd done this before. The monitor's glow made his face look hollow. 3:47 a.m., he muttered, scrolling through the timeline. Always 3:47. Always. The footage loaded. Black and white. Wide angle from camera 7, overlooking the damaged goods section. For a few seconds, nothing moved except the timestamp in the corner. And then I walked into frame. My throat tightened. On screen, I moved with perfect efficiency. No hesitation. I lifted the first pallet and carried it to the center of the aisle, set it down, returned for the next one. My arms swung at mechanical angles. My head never turned. 32 minutes of this, lifting, walking, arranging, and my face. Oh God, my face was completely blank. "That's not," I started, but my voice cracked. Darren fast-forwarded. The timestamp blurred, but on screen I never stopped, never slowed. At 4:19 a.m., I placed the final pallet, stepped back to examine the circle, then walked out of frame. 2 minutes later, I re-entered and stacked the boxes spelling my name. But the strangest part hadn't even registered yet. "I don't remember any of this," I whispered. Darren paused the video. My face filled the screen, caught mid-turn. My eyes were open, focused on something beyond the camera, beyond the warehouse. "Take the week off, Marcus." I was here. I was awake. I'd take the week. He ejected a thumb drive from the computer and pocketed it before I could ask why he was keeping a copy. His hand shook just enough for me to notice. "Go home to your family," Darren said, not meeting my eyes. "And whatever you do, don't come back at night." The drive home should have taken 20 minutes. I don't remember any of it. When I pulled into my driveway, the dashboard clock read 11:15 a.m., but the last time I'd looked, it was 9:30. Somewhere, I'd lost an hour and 45 minutes. The house smelled like coffee and cinnamon toast. Warm, safe, everything the warehouse wasn't. Kelly stood at the kitchen counter, still in her scrubs from her shift. She turned when I walked in, and her face did that thing. That careful arrangement of concern trying to look casual. "You're home early," she said. I set my keys on the counter. "Darren gave me the week off." "Gave you off or sent you home?" My throat tightened. "Does it matter?" She crossed the small kitchen and touched my arm. Her fingers were warm, too warm, like the difference would burn. "Marcus, are you okay? Would you lie to someone you loved if the truth sounded insane?" "I'm fine," I said. "Just tired." Kelly's hand dropped. She studied my face the way nurses do, reading vital signs and expressions. "You've been talking in your sleep. Everyone talks in their sleep. Not like this." She moved to the coffee maker, poured me a cup I didn't ask for. The steam curled between us. "You've been saying numbers, grid coordinates, B7, F12, over and over for hours." The warehouse grid system. My chest went cold. "And," Kelly hesitated, You've been saying your own name just Marcus, 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 like you're trying to remember who you are. I wrapped both hands around the mug to stop them shaking. The heat bit into my palms. What do you say when your subconscious is mapping a building you can't remember walking through? But what Kelly told me next, that changed everything. Before I could answer, Amy padded into the kitchen in her sock feet, clutching a piece of construction paper. 8 years old, dark hair tangled from playing. She saw me and smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Daddy, you're home." "Hey, sweetheart." I crouched down, tried to smile back. She held out the paper. "I drew you." The drawing was in crayon, simple. A stick figure man standing in the middle of the page. Around him, carefully colored rectangles formed a perfect circle. 8 of them. Inside the circle, letters spelled out in wobbly child handwriting. Marcus. My hands went numb. That's really good, Amy." "You were at work," she said quietly. "I saw you." Kelly's breath caught. "Amy, honey, you've never been to Daddy's work." Amy looked up at me. Her eyes were too old, too knowing. "I saw him last night," she whispered. "In my dream, he was building something, and he couldn't stop. I parked behind the warehouse at 2 a.m. Darren told me not to come back. Kelly wanted me home. I came anyway." The fluorescent lights hummed above empty loading docks, casting their sick yellow glow across 200,000 square feet of nothing. Diesel and cardboard, always that smell. I walked the aisles alone, checked the damaged goods section. No new circles, no pallets spelling my name, just silence, and the cold concrete under my boots. Around 3:30 I found it. A pallet near the back corner. Single box on top, and resting on that box, a wedding ring. My wedding ring. I looked at my left hand. The ring sat there, right where it always was. Gold band scratched from 8 years of marriage and manual labor. I rubbed my thumb over it, still there, still solid. But what I'd seen across the warehouse couldn't be denied. I walked back to the pallet, stood over the ring. It looked identical, same scratches, same worn groove on the inside where my knuckle pressed. Can you imagine finding a piece of yourself in a place it shouldn't be? I picked it up. Warm, not room temperature. Not cold like metal sitting in a 50-degree warehouse all night. Warm like someone had just taken it off their finger. Like body heat still clung to the gold. My hand started shaking. I put the ring in my pocket. The weight felt wrong, too heavy. Like carrying proof of something impossible. 4 a.m. arrived with a sound I'd been dreading. The forklift, hydraulic hiss, engine rumble. Somewhere deep in the aisles behind me, wheels rolling across concrete. Getting closer. I turned toward the noise, heart hammering against my ribs. And that's when I realized the engine sound wasn't moving toward me anymore. It was circling. The engine stopped. I stood there, breath held, waiting for the hydraulic hiss, the crunch of tires on concrete. Nothing. Silence pressed against my eardrums harder than the noise had. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, suddenly too loud, and I realized the forklift had vanished as impossibly as it had appeared. My legs trembled as I moved toward the back corner where the sound had been circling. The duplicate ring in my pocket knocked against my thigh with each step, a warm reminder that something was deeply, horribly wrong. That's when I saw it. A new circle. 8 pallets arranged in perfect geometry, but this time. Different. Inside sat a blue sleeping bag, unrolled and rumpled. A pillow with a visible head impression. And propped against a cardboard box, a framed photograph. I knew that photo. I'd taken it yesterday morning in our kitchen. Kelly laughing at something Amy said, sunlight catching her hair just right. I'd snapped it with my phone while pouring coffee, a stolen moment before my shift. But what I found made my throat close. The frame was real. Glass cold against my shaking fingers. Professional print, not some warehouse printer. I fumbled for my phone, swiped to my camera roll. The photo was still there. Same image. Never sent, never uploaded, never printed. Someone had gone into my phone, into my kitchen. Someone had printed this, framed it, brought it here. The sleeping bag smelled like home, that lavender fabric softener Kelly uses. Not diesel, not cardboard, home. I pressed my palm to the pillow, still warm. Someone was living here, in this warehouse, in these circles. Can you imagine the moment you realize the truth? When your mind fights what your body already knows. Someone is me. But if I'm standing here now, then where was I yesterday morning when this was printed? I swallowed 4 caffeine pills dry. The bitterness coated my throat, chalky and chemical, burning all the way down. My hands shook as I dropped the bottle onto the break room table, pills rattling like dice in a cup. I wouldn't sleep, couldn't sleep. If I stayed awake, if I watched myself, maybe I'd understand. The security monitor glowed blue in the corner, cycling through 12 camera feeds every 8 seconds. I pulled the metal chair closer, the legs scraping concrete, and sat with my eyes locked on the screen. The time in the corner read 2:18 a.m. 1 hour and 29 minutes until 3:47. What would you do? If you knew the exact moment you'd stop being yourself, would you watch it happen? The fluorescent lights above me hummed their constant electric prayer. I focused on my breathing, in through the nose, out through the mouth, trying to anchor myself to something real. The monitor flickered. Camera 3 showed the back corner. The circle of pallets sat empty in grainy black and white. Camera 7 showed the break room, showed me, sitting there, staring at the screen. I blinked. On the monitor, I blinked a half-second later. The time crawled forward. 3:12, 3:26, 3:39. My heart hammered against my ribs. Cold sweat traced my spine despite the warehouse chill. I leaned closer to the screen until my breath fogged the glass. 3:46, 3:47. On camera 7, I watched myself stand up. My chair, no, the other me's chair, scraped backward. But I was still sitting, still here, still watching. The figure on screen moved toward the door, smooth, mechanical, and then he turned and looked directly at the camera. His eyes were mine, but empty, completely empty. I screamed at the screen. But what I discovered in Darren's office would prove the warehouse had done this before. I don't remember deciding to go into Darren's office, but I'm there. The caffeine hums in my veins like the fluorescent lights overhead, and my hands are already pulling open the metal file cabinet. The drawer screeches. That sound cuts through the warehouse silence, and for a second I freeze, waiting for something to respond. Nothing does. The files smell like old paper and dust. My fingers shake as I flip through personnel folders. Anderson, Chen, Morales. The names blur together until Salazar, Rick, The folder is thicker than the others. I spread it across Darren's desk and the pages whisper against the laminate surface. Employment application, safety certifications, performance reviews, all standard, but then a medical note, stapled. The paper feels brittle under my thumb. Employee experienced severe dissociative episodes during night shifts. Recommended immediate leave. Patient reports lost time, autonomic behavior, inability to recall work activities. My mouth tastes like burnt metal and leftover caffeine. The symptoms match mine, word for word. Have you ever read your own nightmare written in someone else's handwriting? I flip to the final time card. The ink is faded, but the numbers are clear. Rick Salazar clocked in on March 14th at 11 p.m. The clockout column is blank, but someone, Darren maybe, wrote in pencil at the bottom, found on premises 72 hours later. Unresponsive. Refused to leave building. 72 hours, 3 full days and nights. But what made Rick finally stop? That's the question that gnawed at me as I stared at his signature on the separation agreement. The handwriting looked familiar, too familiar. The way he looped his capital R, the same way I did. And that's when I noticed the date Rick quit. 8 months ago, the exact week they assigned me to night shift. I stand in the circle at 3:47 a.m. The warehouse hums around me, that low-frequency vibration in the concrete floor. I feel it in my teeth, in my bones. The forklift keys dig into my palm, sharp and real. The smell of diesel and cardboard wraps around me like a blanket I never asked for. My phone buzzes. Kelly, when are you coming home? Home. The word feels foreign, like a language I used to speak. I look at the pallets surrounding me, 8 of them, perfect spacing. My hands ache to adjust the one on the left, 2 inches counterclockwise. The need crawls under my skin like insects. Can you imagine that? Needing to move boxes more than you need to breathe. But what I understood in that moment would change everything. Rick Salazar stood here too, 8 months ago. He felt this same pull, this same hum. The warehouse found him. And when it finished with him, it threw him away and waited. Waited for me to take the night shift. Waited for 3:47 a.m. I wasn't special. I was just available. My phone buzzes again. Amy drew you another picture today. Please come home, Amy. I remember her last drawing on the fridge. Daddy surrounded by boxes, the boxes forming a circle. She saw this coming before I did. Kids always know, don't they? They see the truth adults refuse to acknowledge. And that's when I realized what Rick never did. The warehouse doesn't keep you. You keep yourself. I dropped the keys. They clattered on the cold concrete, the sound echoing through 200,000 square feet of empty space. My hand found my phone instead. On my way, I typed. The hum grew louder, angry maybe, or maybe just indifferent. I walked toward the exit. Each step felt like tearing duct tape off skin. Behind me, the circle waited for someone else. It always does. I heard my full name at 2:47 in the morning. Not Kyle, not Hey Man, Kyle Andrew Mercer, whispered through the monitors like someone stood inches from microphone 3. I froze. My coffee had gone cold hours ago, and the booth smelled like stale air and circuit boards. Studio B sprawled beyond the glass, empty. Every shadow exactly where it should be. I rewound the feed. My fingers felt numb on the mixing board, that particular cold that comes from being awake too long in a room without windows. The waveform spiked at 247. I isolated the audio and hit play. Kyle Andrew Mercer. The voice was barely there. A breath shaped into syllables, but it knew my name, my full name. I leaned closer to the monitors, and the hum of the equipment seemed louder than it should be, vibrating against my sternum. I played it again. Kyle Andrew Mercer, 1422 Ashland Avenue, apartment 7, my address. The room tilted. I gripped the edge of the desk. Who would know that? I'd worked here for 3 months. Never mentioned where I lived. Ray barely knew my last name. The overnight shifts were supposed to be simple. Monitor the automated recordings, log any glitches, go home at dawn. I rewound further. Found another spike at 238. Colleen. Your mother's name is Colleen. What would you do? Hearing something that shouldn't exist, something that knows you in a way nothing should. My hands started shaking. Not a tremble. A full shake that made the mouse click twice when I tried to save the file. I saved it anyway. The timestamp burned on the screen. 2:47 a.m. and Studio B remained empty. Or at least I couldn't see anyone there. But when I looked at microphone 3, I swear the shadows around it seemed darker than before. I tore through the studio office like a man possessed. Filing cabinets lined the back wall, gray metal doors hanging open as I yanked drawer after drawer. The fluorescent light above me buzzed with a frequency that made my teeth ache. Dust spiraled through the stale air. Each folder I touched left grime on my fingertips. Ray kept records. He had to. Maintenance logs, equipment reports, something. And I found it, tucked behind outdated tax forms, a stack of engineer logbooks bound with cracked leather. The pages exhaled a musty scent when I cracked the first one open. My hands still trembled from the recording session, from hearing my mother's name whispered through microphone 3. I needed answers. I needed to know if this had happened before. The entries were mundane at first, signal tests, calibration notes. Then I flipped to 2019 and saw the name, David Ames. His handwriting was tight, controlled, professional. But 3 pages in, the letters grew jagged. Desperate, Studio B equipment malfunctions after midnight. Audio artifacts in unoccupied room. Voices where there should be silence. I stopped breathing. The next entry was dated a week later. Recommend retiring microphone 3. Something's wrong with the signal path. I keep hearing. The sentence ended mid-thought. The page after it had been torn out. Ragged edges still clinging to the binding. David Ames never wrote another entry. No resignation letter in his file. No forwarding contact information. He just vanished. My phone vibrated against the desk. Sarah's name lit the screen. 3rd call tonight. I let it go to voicemail, my eyes locked on that torn page. What had David heard? What made him rip out that final entry? The fluorescent light flickered. Once. Twice. In the sudden dimness, I noticed something I'd missed. David's last visible words were written in ink that looked too fresh for 6 years old, almost wet in the half-light, and beneath his signature in letters so faint I almost missed them. 2 words were scratched into the paper. Don't play. I stopped going home. The first night after finding that logbook, I dragged a folding chair into the sound booth and waited. The hum of the ventilation system pressed against my eardrums like a hand over my mouth. Studio B sat beyond the glass, dark except for the red standby light on microphone 3, glowing like an eye that never blinked. 2:47 a.m. arrived with a whisper, softer this time, just my name. Kyle. I had every channel isolated, every frequency mapped. My fingers flew across the mixing board, carving out the voice from the ambient noise. The waveform on the monitor showed a pattern, regular, rhythmic, like breathing. Sarah called at 3:15. I watched my phone vibrate across the console, her name lighting up the screen. I didn't reach for it. Couldn't. Because the whisper came again, and this time it said, "Please, would you have answered? Or would you have done what I did?" Leaned closer to the speakers, turned the volume up until that single word filled your skull. Night 2, night 3. I brought coffee that went cold, brought food I didn't eat. The studio smelled like stale air and my own sweat, sharp and sour. Sarah stopped calling, started texting instead. "Are you okay? I'm worried." "Kyle, please." The whispers grew teeth. They came earlier each night. 2:50, 2:49. Louder, more desperate, clawing through the static. I mapped every occurrence, built a database of fragments, syllables that almost made sense. Then, on the 7th night, at exactly 2:47 a.m., microphone 3 captured a complete sentence. My blood went cold as I played it back. "Release me from the playback loop." The voice wasn't asking, it was begging. And I realized, oh God, can you imagine? Someone was trapped inside the recording itself. But what I didn't know yet was that David Ames had written those warnings for a reason I couldn't escape. I spent the next 4 hours isolating frequencies. My fingers moved across the mixing board until they cramped, pulling the voice out of the static layer by layer. The hiss peeled back like dead skin. The booth smelled like burnt coffee and the ozone tang of overheated equipment. I hadn't opened a window in days. At 5:30 a.m., the voice came through clean. "My name is David Ames." The words were crisp, cold. "If you're hearing this, you've gone too far already." I froze. The voice that had been whispering my name for 7 nights now spoke in full sentences, clear as someone sitting beside me in the dark. I was working overnight in 2019. Session glitch at 2:47 a.m. I tried to fix it. A pause. Static breathed underneath. I looped my own voice into microphone 3. Didn't realize what I'd done until the audio distorted. Screaming erupted through my headphones. I ripped them off, but the voice continued through the monitor speakers. Trapped inside the playback. 6 years, Kyle. 6 years of cycling through the same moment. Over and over, "You have to release me." My hands shook. He knew my name. Of course he did. He'd been whispering it all week. But hearing it now in this calm, desperate plea, "Play the file at 2:47 a.m. Route it through the main speakers. That's the only way out." The recording ended. Silence pressed against my eardrums like water. I sat there, staring at the waveform on the screen, watching it pulse with each breath I took. Could a consciousness really be trapped inside a sound file? What would you do if someone begged you for help from inside a machine? I should have walked away. Called Ray, called Sarah, hell, called anyone. But I didn't. Something in David's voice hooked into my chest, a loneliness that mirrored my own. I thought about him cycling through that same instant for 6 years while the world moved on without him, while people forgot, while his warnings in the logbook gathered dust. I queued the file for 2:47 a.m. The timestamp glowed green on my monitor. 20 hours and 17 minutes until playback. I leaned back in my chair and the leather creaked in a way that sounded almost wrong, too wet, too organic. My phone buzzed. Sarah's name lit the screen. I let it go to voicemail. Outside, dawn crept through the parking lot, but I didn't leave. I couldn't. The file sat there in the queue, waiting. David Ames waited inside it, counting down the seconds until I freed him. I just had to press play. But something about the way the booth smelled now, like copper beneath the coffee, made me wonder if freedom was really what waited at 2:47. The clock reads 2:46. My finger hovers over the play button. 20 hours of waiting collapse into 60 seconds. The booth smells like stale coffee and ozone, something electric beneath the familiar. I can hear my own breathing through the headphones, too loud, too fast. 2:47. I hit play. The speakers erupt. Not David's voice. Mine screaming, begging. Words I never spoke tearing through the air. Please, no, please, God, someone help me. I've been here for years. I can't get out. I can't. My throat is dry. I'm not speaking. But that's my voice. My exact inflection. The way I swallow between words. The mixing board vibrates under my palms. The overhead lights flicker. Studio BS soundproof door rattles in its frame like something is trying to escape. Or get in. Can you imagine hearing yourself beg for mercy when your mouth is shut? The monitors flash white. One by one they blow out with wet pops that smell like burning plastic. Smoke curls from the center screen. Silence. Total. Absolute. The kind of quiet that presses against your eardrums. Then, footsteps. Soft. Deliberate. Coming from inside Studio B, I press my face against the booth window. The glass is ice cold despite the summer heat. Through the dim emergency lighting, I see a figure standing at microphone 3. Same height as me. Same build. The air around it shimmers like heat waves over asphalt. My hand finds the window. Breath fogs the glass. The figure turns. Oh, it's wearing my face. It started walking toward me. Each footstep echoed through Studio B. Deliberate, measured, like someone remembering how legs worked. The burnt plastic smell still clung to the air, mixing with something else now, something metallic and sharp that coated the back of my throat. I should have moved, run, locked the door. I couldn't. My muscles had turned to stone, every nerve ending screaming contradictions at my brain. That was my face crossing the studio floor. My gait, my height. The way my left shoulder dipped slightly when I walked. A habit from years of hunching over mixing boards. The double reached the booth window. It stopped inches from the glass, head tilted at an angle that felt wrong. Too far, too curious. Like it was studying me, learning me. I watched its chest rise and fall, breathing in perfect sync with mine. When I exhaled, it exhaled. When my heart hammered against my ribs, I swear I could see its pulse jump in its throat. Then it raised its right hand, pressed it flat against the glass. The cold hit me first. A shock of winter air that shouldn't exist in the temperature-controlled booth. I looked down at my own right hand, still gripping the edge of the mixing board, knuckles white. But on the glass, oh God, on the glass, a handprint appeared on my side. Perfect. Aligned exactly with the double's palm, moisture beading at the edges. The whorls of fingerprints I'd know anywhere because I'd seen them every day of my 28 years. I hadn't moved my hand. The realization crawled up my spine like ice water. Have you ever felt your body betray you? Felt yourself somewhere you shouldn't be? I was looking through the glass, but I wasn't on the right side anymore. Somehow, impossibly, I was inside, trapped in the audio system, the playback loop, the recording that had screamed my future in my own voice. The double was free. And then, the door handle turned, metal grinding against metal. The booth door, the one I'd locked hours ago, swung open on hinges that suddenly refused to squeak. The double stepped across the threshold, its shoes making no sound on the floor I'd walked across 1,000 times. I tried to scream. My mouth opened, my lungs pushed air. Nothing came out but silence. My mouth opens. No sound. I try again. Nothing. Not even breath because I don't have lungs anymore. Just awareness. Formless. Trapped inside the hum of circuits and copper wire. The booth smells like burning ozone, sharp and chemical, like the air after lightning strikes too close. The double, my double, stands 3 feet away. It moves with my gait, my slight limp from the torn meniscus 2 years ago. It rolls my shoulders the way I do after sitting too long. It doesn't look at where I am because I'm nowhere. The figure walks to the mixing board. My fingers tap the power button. The monitors die. One by one, click, click, click. Methodical, calm. Then it grabs my jacket from the chair back and leaves through the booth door. I want to follow, but I can't move. Can you imagine that? Not being paralyzed, but simply not existing in space anymore. Then the vision shifts. Security camera feed. Parking lot angle. Grainy green night vision glow. I'm seeing through the studio's surveillance system. Somehow. The double walks across wet asphalt, rain catching in the overhead light, and unlocks my Honda with my key fob. The brake lights flare red. The engine turns over. My car pulls out of the lot at 2:51 a.m. Gone. The feed cuts to black. I'm alone in the static, and then I feel it. The pull, backward through time like a fishing line reeling in. The booth reassembles around me, not as a place I can touch, but as data I perceive. The timestamp in the corner of the dead monitor reads 2:47 a.m. It repeats, 2:47 a.m. I watch myself, the real me, the old me, sit at the mixing board. I watch my hands cue the isolated file. I watch my finger hover over play. Then the explosion of sound, the shake, the silence. 2:47 a.m. Again. The same 4 minutes. Over and over. I'm caught in the playback loop, experiencing my own displacement on infinite repeat, and the worst part is that I remember every single cycle. They don't overwrite each other. They stack, layer upon layer of the same terror. How long has it been? Hours, days. I try to surface, to push against the current. Something gives. I feel pressure, not physical, but vibrational, frequency-based. I force myself toward the microphone input. Toward microphone 3 in Studio B I surface, gasping. But I'm not breathing. I'm pulsing through the diaphragm, vibrating the air itself, and for one brief second I exist as sound instead of silence. Then the loop catches me again and drags me back under, but I'd felt it. The edge, the possibility of reaching whoever comes next. The question was whether they'd listen, or whether they'd make the same mistake I did. I focused everything I had on microphone 3. The connection felt like threading a needle in the dark. My consciousness, if I could still call it that, compressed into a single point. A whisper, a breath. I pushed myself toward the cold metal mesh of the microphone in Studio B, feeling the electrical hum beneath its surface. My voice crackled through, static first, then words. Kyle Mercer. It came out wrong. Hollow. Like air escaping from something already dead. I tried again. 1503 Brennan Street. The words scattered across the frequency spectrum. I had to hold them together, keep them coherent. But the loops made it difficult. Time folded back on itself every few minutes, and each cycle took something from me. A memory, a sensation, pieces I couldn't afford to lose. Mother's maiden name, C. Caldwell. My voice trembled through the speakers. Would anyone hear? Would they believe? Can you imagine losing yourself one word at a time? I repeated the information. Address, mother's maiden name, my employee ID number, anything to prove I was real, that I existed. That Kyle Mercer wasn't the man who drove home in my car, but something felt off. The studio air tasted metallic through the audio sensors, wrong, like copper pennies dissolving on a tongue I no longer had. And my memories, they weren't sitting right anymore. David Ames, the logbook entry, the warnings he left behind. Wait, I surfaced again at 2:47, whispered my name, my address. The loop reset. I tried to remember David Ames's handwriting in that logbook. The date, 2019, 6 years ago, but the memory shifted when I touched it. David Ames hadn't written those warnings as an engineer documenting strange sounds. The handwriting was too desperate, too fragmented, just like mine would be now if I still had hands to write with. Oh, no, David Ames hadn't quit. David Ames had been trapped here, before me, inside this same loop. And if he'd been here since 2019, then who had he replaced? The realization tore through me like feedback screaming through blown speakers. This wasn't a 6-year-old glitch. The loop was older. How much older? How many voices were cycling through Studio B right now? All of us whispering our names into the void, hoping someone would listen. The footsteps were different. I'd looped through 2:47 a.m. so many times that I knew the rhythm of silence. How the air conditioning cycled, how the walls settled. But this was new, heavier, purposeful. Someone had arrived. Hope surged through my fragmented consciousness like electricity through dead wires. I pushed toward microphone 3, dragging myself through the audio system's circuitry. The metal casing hummed cold beneath what used to be my awareness. I could taste copper, smell old dust trapped in foam padding. When you exist as pure sound, you feel everything the equipment feels. The door to Studio B opened. Sneakers squeaked against tile. A woman's voice, young, muttered something about the thermostat. I heard the rustle of a jacket being removed, the hollow thunk of a coffee mug on the mixing board. She sat down in my chair. I gathered every scrap of myself and whispered her name through the diaphragm. Maya, the chair creaked. She'd heard something. I knew that pause, the head tilt, the breath held, the finger hovering over the rewind button. I'd done it myself, hadn't I? How long ago? Days, years? Hello, she called out. I pushed harder. Maya Foster, help. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. She was isolating the frequency, pulling me out of the ambient noise. What would you do if you heard your name spoken by empty air? Would you run? Or would curiosity anchor you to that chair? She didn't run. I watched through the glass, or I remembered watching, or I hallucinated watching as she scrolled through waveforms. Her eyes narrowed. She played the segment back. My voice emerged from the speakers, clearer now, desperate. Don't play the file. But she was already searching, already finding it. The isolated recording with my consciousness trapped inside. Her mouse cursor hovered over the play button. 2:46 a.m. glowed on the clock. 1 minute left. She clicked load. She clicks play. The sound erupts, my voice, my scream, my desperate plea broadcast through speakers at maximum volume. I feel it. Oh God, I feel the pull. Like hooks buried in my chest, dragging me forward through layers of static and digital haze. The booth temperature drops, freezing. My consciousness stretches between 2 points, here in the endless loop, and there in Studio B where Maya sits frozen, headphones askew. But something's wrong. The pull intensifies, splitting me wider, thinner. I'm not moving toward freedom. I'm expanding. And Maya, she gasps, gripping the desk as her breath fogs the air. Her eyes widen. She hears it now, not just my voice, but all of us. David Ames whispering coordinates. Someone older, fragmented, begging in a language I don't recognize. We're a chorus of the trapped, humming through copper wires and circuit boards. The clock resets. 2:47 a.m. Can you imagine what that feels like? To fracture into sound itself. Maya stumbles backward, but she doesn't leave. She just stares at microphone 3, listening. Somewhere beyond these walls, my doppelganger wakes in my bed, my apartment, my life, Sarah's warmth beside him. He'll brush his teeth with my toothbrush, drive my car, live, and I'll surface again next week, next month, whispering names to the next curious engineer who works the graveyard shift. Studio B hums, the loop tightens. We wait in the frequency between silence and sound, trapped in the 2:47 that never ends. The cockpit door won't open. My shoulder slams against it, once, twice. The latch is cold under my palm, but it doesn't budge. Outside the windshield, the propeller spins. A gray blur cutting the air with that low, churning roar you feel in your teeth. The plane is moving. Concrete slides beneath the wheels. I didn't turn the key. I didn't touch anything. But the Cessna taxis forward like something's dragging it, smooth and inevitable, toward the sealed hangar door at the far end. The radio crackles. Cessna November 7734, cleared for takeoff. The voice is calm, professional, but there's something wrong with the cadence, like someone reading lines they've memorized but never understood. I yank the yoke back. Nothing. The throttle won't move. My hands are shaking now and I can smell it. That sharp bite of aviation fuel, too strong, like it's seeping through the vents. Can you imagine that? Trapped in a cockpit that's moving without you. Then I see him. Standing on the hangar floor 30 feet ahead, a man in a security uniform. My uniform, same boots, same tired posture. He's watching the plane approach, watching me. And his face, oh God, it's my face. He doesn't move, doesn't flinch. Just stands there as the Cessna rolls toward him, propeller screaming now, and I'm shouting, but the sound dies in my throat because the hangar door. The massive steel door I've checked every night for months. It's gone. Just open sky, black and endless, and the plane keeps accelerating. But that's not where this started. 4 weeks earlier, none of this had started yet. My boots echoed across the hangar floor, steady, rhythmic, the same route I'd walked for 8 months. Chandler Regional at midnight was a graveyard for mothballed aircraft. Rows of them. Silent hulks under fluorescent lights that hummed like wasps trapped in glass. I checked my clipboard, tail numbers, registration dates, all accounted for, and then I saw it, Bay 7. A Cessna I'd never logged before, single engine, white fuselage with a faded red stripe. The tail number caught the light, N-7734. I stopped, listened. The hangar was empty, it always was, but something felt wrong. The air smelled different. Not the usual dust and stale hydraulic fluid. This was sharper, metallic, like ozone before a storm. I approached slowly, touched the wing. Cold, real, solid metal beneath my palm. The landing gear sat flush on the concrete. No blocks, no chocks, as if someone had just parked it there. I radioed Alice Drucker, my supervisor. She answered on the 4th ring, voice thick with sleep. "There's a plane in Bay 7, I said. "Not in my log. Cessna N-7734. Silence. Then a sigh. "Grant, we've talked about this. I'm looking at it right now. That registration crashed in 2017. Total loss." Her tone flattened. Professional, dismissive. "You need to take your medication." "Alice, I'm standing next to, documented in your report. We'll discuss this tomorrow." The line went dead. I turned back to the Cessna. My hand still rested on the wing. The metal was cold, but when I leaned closer to the engine cowling, I swear I felt warmth rising from beneath. I spent the next 48 hours searching. The laptop screen burned my eyes at 3 in the morning. I typed November 7734 into every aviation database I could access. The NTSB report loaded slow, pixel by pixel. There it was. Cessna 172, registration N7734, total hull loss. August 9th, 2017. No survivors. The room smelled like stale coffee and sweat. I read the report 3 times. 4. Pilot error. Controlled flight into terrain. Aircraft destroyed on impact. But I'd touched that plane 6 hours ago. Cold rivets. Real rubber tires. The front door slammed. I flinched. "You're still up." Sarah stood in the bedroom doorway, her duffel bag already packed. She wasn't asking. "I need to figure this out." "You need help, Grant." Her voice cracked, not with anger but exhaustion. "You've been obsessing over a plane that doesn't exist." "It does exist. I've seen it. I've touched it, measured it. I know." She zipped the bag. The sound cut through me like a blade. "Alice was right. You're not. You're not okay." I wanted to explain, to make her understand. Instead, I watched her walk to the door. "Sarah," she paused, didn't turn around. "I can't watch you disappear again," she whispered. The door clicked shut. The apartment went silent except for the laptop's hum. I returned to the hangar records, personnel files, looking for anyone who might have seen what I'd seen. The previous night guard's folder sat thin in the cabinet, almost empty. Thomas Vega, employed 14 months, resigned abruptly last March. No exit interview, no forwarding address, just a single note in Alice's handwriting, refused to discuss reasons for departure. The ink smelled faintly of kerosene. I returned to the hangar at midnight. The Cessna waited in the same bay, silent under the fluorescent hum. I stood 10 feet away, flashlight trembling in my grip, and listened to my own breathing echo off concrete. The air smelled of dust and old hydraulic fluid. And something else, avgas, sharp and chemical, but the plane hadn't moved in days. I'd spent 7 years avoiding cockpits. After the 2017 incident, my trainee flight, my frozen hands on the yoke, the instructor screaming my name, I swore I'd never sit in one again. The guilt had carved a trench through my life deep enough to drown in. But this plane shouldn't exist. I approached slowly, boots scraping the floor too loud. The metal skin gleamed dull silver in my flashlight beam. I pressed my palm against the fuselage. Cold, then not. A faint warmth radiated through the aluminum like a body under a sheet. My hand jerked back. The cockpit door hung open. An invitation. What would you do? Walk away and let the mystery fester? Or climb inside and confront what shouldn't be real? I grabbed the door frame and pulled myself up. The seat leather creaked under my weight. The smell hit me immediately. Stale air, old vinyl, and beneath it something metallic. Copper. My chest tightened. The instrument panel stretched before me, gauges dark but intact. Then I saw the coordinates. They glowed faintly on the GPS unit already programmed. 33 degrees north, 111 west. I knew those numbers. Rural Arizona, middle of nowhere. The fuel gauge needle sat pinned at full. Impossible. Alice said this plane had been decommissioned. I reached forward and touched the engine cowling through the open window. Warm, not hot. Not cold. Warm, like it had been running an hour ago. My pulse hammered in my ears. I twisted in the seat, scanning the cockpit for, I don't know what, proof, explanation, anything. My flashlight beam swept across the co-pilot seat and stopped. A logbook, lying open, pages crisp and white. I lifted it with both hands, angling it toward the light. The handwriting was small, precise, slanted right. Dated entries filled the columns, departure times, destinations, flight hours. Standard pilot documentation. But the date at the top of the open page made my throat close. Tomorrow. Departure time, 6:47 a.m. Destination, nowhere final approach. I flipped back a page, another entry, same handwriting, same impossible future date, then another, and another, all my handwriting. The same cramped letters I'd used to fill out shift logs for 3 months. The same loop on the capital G in my signature, but I had never touched this book. I read the entry again, whispering the words aloud to make them real. Departure 6:47 a.m. Destination. Nowhere final approach. My hand was shaking. The same tremor I'd seen in the crash report. The pilot's medical file had noted it, essential tremor, stress-induced. I clenched my fist, but the shaking wouldn't stop. The hangar lights flickered once, twice. I looked up through the windscreen at the vast empty space beyond. The other mothballed aircraft sat in neat rows, silent and dead. But N7734 hummed, not with sound, with presence, with warmth, with waiting. The logbook entry stared up at me, ink dark and fresh. 6:47 a.m., tomorrow, and I had no idea what would happen when that moment arrived. I stayed away for 22 hours. The logbook entries haunted me through my apartment walls, my shift at the gas station, the 3 cups of coffee I couldn't finish, my handwriting, tomorrow's date, 6:47 a.m. So I returned. The hangar swallowed me at midnight, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead like dying insects. N-7734 waited in the same position, propeller blades gleaming dull silver under the industrial glare. I checked my watch, 12:03 a.m., hours to go before the logbook's prophecy. I circled the Cessna twice, boots echoing on concrete. The fuselage still radiated warmth, unnatural like skin holding fever. I pressed my palm flat against the metal. My hand came away smelling of aviation fuel and something else, burnt copper maybe, or old pennies left in rain. The cockpit door hung open, inviting. I climbed inside, settled into the pilot seat. The coordinates still glowed on the nav screen, numbers I didn't recognize. The logbook lay exactly where I'd left it, still open to tomorrow's entry. My signature at the bottom, neat and careful. I would wait. I would see what 6:47 brought. The minutes crawled. My breath fogged in the cold cockpit air. Outside, the hangar stretched empty and vast, rows of mothballed planes sleeping under tarps. What would you do? Sitting in a ghost chair, watching your own handwriting predict the future. At 6:47 exactly, the engine coughed to life. No key turned. No ignition sequence. The propeller spun, slow at first, then faster, a whirring roar that filled my skull. The instrument panel blazed with light. Radio static crackled, sharp and insistent. Oh, no, 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 no. I lunged for the door, jammed. I slammed my shoulder against it once, twice, and it gave way. I fell onto the concrete, scrambled backward on my palms. The Cessna hummed, alive and waiting. I ran, through the hangar, past silent aircraft, into the security office. I slammed the door, gasping, and grabbed the desk to steady myself. The clock on the wall read 12:03 a.m. I stared, checked my watch. Same time, exactly the same. 7 hours, gone, erased like they'd never existed. My shift log lay open on the desk. I flipped through the pages with trembling fingers. There, 6:47 a.m., my signature, my handwriting, neat check marks beside every patrol zone. I had walked my rounds. I had signed my name. I had been here for 7 hours I couldn't remember. And somewhere in the hangar, the Cessna's engine ticked as it cooled. Waiting for tomorrow night, when the logbook said I'd do it all again. I spent the next day hunting ghosts in databases. My apartment smelled like burnt coffee and panic. 3 monitors glowed blue on the kitchen counter. I'd called in sick. Alice didn't even sound surprised. And now I sat clicking through federal aviation records, fingers trembling on the mouse. The crash file loaded slowly. Cessna N7734, total loss. October 3rd, 2017, single fatality, but the pilot's name, redacted. Black bars covered every identifying field. Date of birth, redacted. License number, redacted. Next of kin, redacted. Even the autopsy findings were stripped clean, just a clinical note about blunt force trauma and a timestamp. What would you do? Keep digging or walk away before the hole swallows you? I kept digging. The archived news sites gave me more. Local coverage of the crash, grainy photos uploaded 8 years ago. I clicked the first thumbnail. The wreckage spread across desert hardpan, crumpled aluminum catching Arizona sun. Yellow tarps, a body bag zipped and waiting, and there, in the background, a figure, security uniform, dark blue, same cut as mine, standing beside a perimeter barricade, arms crossed. The photographer must have used a cheap camera because the face was blurred, motion smudged into obscurity. But the posture, oh God, the posture was mine, the way I stand when I'm cold. Left shoulder slightly higher, weight shifted to the right leg. I printed the photo with shaking hands, held it under my desk lamp, stared at the blurred face until my vision doubled. That uniform hadn't existed in 2017. Our company didn't contract Chandler Regional until 2019. So how had I been there, watching myself crash? I couldn't stay away. The photo burned behind my eyes for 2 days, but Thursday night I clocked in like always and walked straight to N7734. The hangar lights buzzed overhead, casting their sickly yellow glow across the concrete. My boots echoed in the emptiness. The Cessna sat where it always did, waiting. I climbed the wing step. The metal was cold under my palm, leaching warmth from my skin even through my glove. The cockpit door hung open. Inside, the logbook lay on the co-pilot seat, thicker than before. I grabbed it and the leather felt wrong, worn in places my hands had never touched. I flipped it open, page after page, my handwriting. Every single entry dated in the future. December 22nd, 0647. Departure. Destination, nowhere final approach. December 23rd, 0647. Departure. Destination, nowhere final approach. December 24th. December 25th. December 26th. The ink was fresh. I could smell it. That sharp chemical bite mixing with the stale air and old aviation fuel. My chest tightened. Each entry identical. Same time, same destination. Same loops of my own cursive that I hadn't written. Then I reached the last page. December 30th. 1 week from today. The entry was half finished. The pen stroke trailing off mid-word as if whoever wrote it, as if I had been interrupted. Would you keep reading? Knowing every page pulls you closer to something you can't escape. I turned back to the first future entry. My hand shook as I held the corner of the page. Just a tremor, barely noticeable. I tried to steady it, but the shaking persisted. A fine vibration I couldn't control. I froze. The crash report. The redacted pilot file I'd found. There had been a medical note buried in the appendix. Progressive neurological tremor. Right hand. Onset unknown. I lifted my hand into the dim light. The tremor spread up my wrist. And that's when I understood I wasn't investigating the crash pilot. I was becoming him. I grabbed the crowbar from the maintenance locker and swung it against the fuselage. The impact jolted through my arms. No dent, not even a scratch. The metal hummed beneath the blow, a tuning fork struck underwater, vibrating at a frequency I felt in my teeth. I swung again. Again. The tremor in my right hand made my grip slip, but I didn't stop. Couldn't stop. The sound echoed through the hangar, sharp clangs that should have left gouges, fractures, something real. Nothing. The Cessna sat pristine, untouched. My breath came in ragged gasps, fogging in the cold air. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered once, twice, then steadied, and that's when I saw him. A figure in a security uniform walking between the mothballed aircraft. Same height, same gait. He moved through the shadows near the far wall, checking his flashlight beam across the tail numbers. Me, but younger, maybe 25. Hair darker, no tremor in his stride. I blinked. He was gone. The lights flickered again. Another figure appeared, closer this time, crossing the aisle near the office door. Older, graying at the temples, same uniform, same route. He didn't look up, didn't acknowledge the plane. Just walked his patrol, step by step, like I'd done 1,000 nights before, like I was doing now. Can you imagine watching yourself and realizing you're not the original? The hangar air tasted stale, recycled. How long had I been breathing the same breath? The fluorescent hum pressed into my skull, a tone I'd heard so many nights it had become silence. I turned. A third figure stood near the wing. My age. My face. Staring at the logbook in his hands, tremor visible even from here. The lights went out. When they stuttered back on, the hangar was empty. Just me. Just N7734. And the logbook lying open on the wing, pages fluttering though there was no breeze. I stepped closer and saw the next entry had appeared. My handwriting, today's date, but I was still holding the crowbar. The cockpit smells like aviation fuel and something older. Leather seat beneath me, cold glass under my palms. I blink, and the world slides into focus. Instruments glowing green, yoke vibrating in my grip. We're moving. The engine roars, not starting, already running. The propeller blurs outside, chewing through stale hangar air. Concrete rolls beneath the wheels, faster now, gaining momentum. I lunge for the door handle. Jammed. I slam my shoulder against it. Nothing, the metal doesn't even rattle. No. My breath fogs the windshield. I wipe it clear and freeze. He's standing on the hangar floor, me. Same uniform, same posture, arms at his sides. Watching, not moving, not shouting. Just watching as the plane taxis past him. His face is mine, but emptier. A photograph left too long in the sun. Can you imagine seeing yourself like that? Standing outside your own body, observing your panic with perfect stillness. The radio crackles to life. Cessna November 7734, you are cleared for takeoff. The voice is calm, professional. Wrong, I grab the mic. I didn't request clearance. I'm not. Cessna November 7734, maintain heading, cleared for departure. The plane accelerates. My hands aren't on the throttle. The yoke pulls forward on its own. Ahead, the sealed hangar door looms. Corrugated metal. No gap, no opening, but as we rush toward it, the door isn't there anymore, just sky. Endless, black, and the radio voice. I finally recognize it now. The cadence. The tremor buried under the calm. It's mine. But whose voice am I hearing it with? I grip the yoke. My hands lock around cold metal. The vibration travels up my forearms. Steady, rhythmic, alive. The engine roar swallows all thought. The Cessna accelerates toward where the hangar door should be, toward nothing but black sky and stars that shouldn't exist indoors. The navigation panel flashes. Coordinates appear in green phosphorescent light. Numbers I recognize instantly. 08-17-1983, my birth date, but inverted, backwards. The month and day switched, the year counting down instead of forward. The radio crackles. That voice again, my voice, speaks clearance protocols I've never learned. Every syllable matches the rhythm of my own breathing. I feel my lips move in time with the transmission, though I make no sound. Oh God, I am speaking, I am listening, both at once. The man on the tarmac, the one watching me with empty eyes, he isn't a doppelganger, he's the next loop. Or the last one, or all of them compressed into a single witness who never leaves. The coordinates invert again. Flash faster, my birth, my death. The crash date from 2017. Thomas Vega's resignation. Tonight, tomorrow. All the same moment folded into itself. The loop doesn't repeat. It tightens. The sky swallows the nose of the plane. Cold rushes through invisible seams in the cockpit. Air that tastes like jet fuel and concrete dust and something older. The hangar stretches behind me, already fading, already resetting. The propeller spins into stars that aren't stars. I see the empty floor below, but I'm also standing on it, staring up, waiting for my next shift to begin. I'll find the Cessna again. I'll report it. I'll climb inside. I have always been here. The darkness folds